Yep.
All right, Donald.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is May 14th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our office in New York City with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed to the authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of all of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Carney Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are June 4th, June 25th, and July 16th, all Wednesdays. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. We do have some exceptions where we have items that need an interpreter. They will be called when the interpreter arrives. For New York City, we will call items early if they have a representative from a community board present to promote community input. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
No, I don't. I just want to remind everybody that the next four meetings are Wednesdays. And then it's August 26th, Tuesday, September 19th is a Thursday. We changed that because of the conference we're hosting in Buffalo. And all of you are encouraged to sign up and attend the NCSLA conference in Buffalo, September 14 to 17. And then October 9th is also a Thursday. So it's Tuesday, Thursday, and Thursday, okay? In August, September, and October. All right,
So
with that, you want to read this? Go ahead.
Yeah, so the first item is an administrative item. It is 70E. This is recognition of Darren Lang upon his retirement from the State Liquor Authority.
So it's unusual for us to have two back-to-back retirements out of this office. A lot of you here have known Darren. He's been here working with us since 2018, and he's a friendly face, really, really nice guy. I see him, bantering some of you. So we know that we will miss him. He's, barely in the summer of his life. I know there's a lot more work and days and, mental health days and happiness in front of him. And so we're here to support him. And I know that you will do really well leaving us. But as I say to everybody, there's always going to be a position here if you decide to return. And the commissioner will read the resolution of recognition and appreciation.
Okay, Mr. Lang, I'm privileged to read this resolution of recognition and appreciation. Whereas Darren Lang is retiring after 38 years of service with the State Liquor Authority. Whereas Darren began his public service career with the State Liquor Authority as a temporary clerk 1 in 1987 and was appointed to the permanent position of laborer in 1993 and facilities operations assistant 1 in 2018. Whereas, as a valuable member of the New York City office, Darren worked within many units, including enforcement, counsel's office, and records management before settling in with the licensing bureau. Whereas Darren provided knowledgeable support to his coworkers and excellent customer service to applicants and industry members who often speak highly of him, thus earning the respect and admiration of his colleagues and those in licensing. Whereas Darren enjoyed socializing with fellow coworkers, and they too enjoyed these conversations, which often centered around his love for the Yankees, the Lakers, and the Bears, or his love of music and movies. Whereas Darren is a devoted father and son and followed in his mother's footsteps, Elaine Lang, who is also employed with the State Liquor Authority. It is hereby resolved on behalf of ourselves and the entire staff of the authority that we hereby acknowledge the exemplary service of Darren Lang to this agency and extend to him and his family our sincere appreciation for his years of service to the State Liquor Authority and extend to him our best wishes for a healthy, fulfilling, and long-lived retirement. And it is hereby further resolved that this resolution shall be formally entered upon the minutes of this meeting, and that forthwith a copy of this resolution shall be provided to Darren Lang. This resolution issued by the members of the authority today, May 14th, and that is Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and myself, Commissioner John Maya. And that's by Donald Roper, Secretary of the Authority. Congratulations, sir. Have a good retirement.
Oh,
It's okay. I don't get the Lakers and the Bears. Covering the whole country.
Everywhere, ready?
I'm on photo bomb it.
oh yeah.
I liked the Lakers when I was a kid, too.
It's like 80s, kind of. 80s
It's like
coming
my
in.
whole life.
Yeah.
1 out of 3.
All
All
right.
right.
So we're going to
Thank you, everybody.
We'll start in Buffalo with the first item as number 24, Sleepy Time Mattress Inc.
All right, let's do this.
'24.
Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski here for the applicant Sleepy Time Mattress, Inc. I'm joined by Robin and Boyd Green, the principals of the corporation. They're looking to open a store in the town of Wheeling, New York. I know the address is Wellsville, but this is a rural store adjacent to where they live and where the current trucking business is located. The closest store is 4.3 miles away, then 13.9, 17.4, and then 20 miles away.
All right, so I just have a quick question. Do they have any involvement in moving alcoholic products in their trucking business?
We do not.
No,
And what do you generally move in your trucking business?
Gravel and sand and salt.
gravel, sand, and salt.
Got it. And you're still going to be doing that while you are running the liquor store, both of you,
Yes.
right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Are you
But-
guys okay?
Oh,
All right. So it's pouring rain down here, so we're going to try to move it along here.
sure.
So
Understood.
Are the members ready to vote? So Commissioner De Leon.
If everybody's, well, first of all, I want to acknowledge the support of the former district attorney, as well as the village board and a number of other individuals that you submitted. And the gross sale numbers also indicate that there's a rise in sales for 2024 over 2023 for the closest stores. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Mayo
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. The closest store is 4.3 miles away, and then the next one, as council pointed out, is almost 14 miles away. This is a rural area. The licensees have an enormous amount of character witnesses supporting their ability to run this business successfully. And so I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next in Buffalo is number 22, BHULLAR and SIDHU Corp. DBA SPENCERPORT Wine and Liquor.
Good morning.
Are you the applicant?
Yes.
All right. Is there any protest in the room?
There should be.
Yes.
Yes, there is protest.
Can the applicant, can you put your name on the record?
Yes. My first name is Kulvinder and my last name is Kaur, and I'm from the SPENCERPORT Liquor and Wine.
I guess hear from the opposition.
I'm from the president.
Yeah, if the opposition can come up and go first. Yeah, we're just going to hear from the opposition first, and then we'll hear from you afterwards. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jong, and I'm here on a number of different applicants. We brought the two closest liquor stores as representatives of all of the large groups, since their arguments are rather duplicative with it. So I have with me here Brandon Fowler, Kathy Christ, and Brittany. They are both from JB Sons and from Martinez Linder Inc., the two closest liquor stores.
So just, Ms. Jong, just let me, just for the record, there are unusually large number of protests on the record. I have letters from 15 neighboring liquor stores, and then there are also surrounding business owners and neighbor residents who have sent us letters of protests. The total square footage here is 6,132 with over 4,000 square feet dedicated to retail.
Yes. So essentially, as you can see from the opposition, the
Sorry, can you repeat the store of the two clients who are there? I'm sorry, Ms. Jong.
JBA Sons Inc., DBA Fowler's Wine and Spirits, and
Okay.
Martinez Linder Inc., DBA Westridge Wine and Spirits.
Okay, great. So these are the two closest store. One of them is 0.6 miles away. The next one is 3.8 miles away. Thank you.
Yes, according to this, it's 0.6 miles, but it's actually less than 2,500 feet away with it. So the proposed location is less than 2,500 feet. It's in the next plaza down on the main street. So one of the things that we're arguing is there's no public convenience and advantage. It's basically 2,500 feet away. It's in the same traffic pattern, same community. The village where this is located only has 3,600 people. The entire town itself has only around 20,000 people. You can see in some of the things that were put in the protest, there was a letter from the head of the State Liquor Store Association, and he explained how this town has been unable to support two liquor stores in the past. There was also a community member that mentioned that as well, that when there were two liquor stores in SPENCERPORT, they could not survive. So this liquor store would be an even larger liquor store than any of the liquor stores that are nearby. And as you can see, there's about 10 liquor stores within 8 miles. And again, one within 2,500 feet and the next plaza down. I don't think they're going to be offering anything tremendously different from all the other local liquor stores that is there. This small village with 3,600 people, there's no evidence of increased demand with it. There's no new businesses, no significant residential increase. The liquor stores have had a relatively stable revenues with it. 3 liquor stores are new within the past few years, and several of the long-standing liquor stores have changed hands in the past few years. So a lot of these are relatively new liquor stores, and they're already facing additional competition with 3 new stores moving into the area in the past few years. And with it, since the I know that the gross sales were collected quite some time ago. JBA Sons updated it when they did their taxes for this year and submitted some documents last week that they are down 8% in the first quarter of this year. So they're financially down and struggling, and I believe the same
thing. Yeah, MATTRESS, about 10% down.
And so the second liquor store, Westridge, is down 10% this first quarter of this year with it. So again, we're arguing small village, no increased demand, nothing in terms of better location or product variety. A huge saturation of liquor stores, including several new ones in the past few years. In fact, one of them just increased its size recently. So not only do we have brand new liquor stores, but one that did an expansion recently. You know, and this is just 2,500 feet away from where the existing liquor store is in a village of 3,600 people.
In the materials, there's some reference to public safety concerns about school children. Can you speak to that, or is that not really your concern? Because I think I just read that.
So there was a community member that argued the particular plaza that they're going into has a Tops in it, but it also has a BOCES, one of these school sessions. So again, they're high school kids, but there was an argument about some community members expressing that kids were there in that same plaza and they thought that wasn't good for the community. There also was an issue that that particular parking lot is already kind of oversaturated with traffic during the busy day. It has, it's one of the only large parking areas, and there's a lot of retailers in that particular plaza. And so it's already impossible to find a parking space most of the time. So people were arguing that adding a something like a liquor store with a lot of people in and out would increase that amount of danger in that particular parking lot. So there was a few community members mentioned that.
Okay, and then can you speak to the petition of opposition that is in the record? Do you know about that?
Yes, so the community itself, when this new liquor store was coming in, they had a petition that went around town. And so not only did a lot of the local businesses submit their own letters, but even community residents signed up, and I think there were hundreds of them in a petition. So again, in this very small village of 3,600 people, there's a lot of opposition from the residents, the business owners, and of course, the many local liquor stores that we represent here today. So there's been a substantial amount of opposition, and to my knowledge, there's been no support, all opposition.
Okay. All right, is there anything else?
No,
All right, thank you very much.
thank you.
No, not from the opposition. We're going to hear from the applicant?
Yes, the applicant can come back up.
How are you, ma'am?
Good, how are you, sir?
Why don't you tell us why you believe your application is in the public convenience and advantage?
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm there because of the people. According to my knowledge, that because I have the experience of the liquor store, and why I'm doing this job, because the customer is a god for me. Why I'm there? Because of the people, because of the convenience of the people, and because of the betterment for the people. And I will give the good price to them. It is not the first time happened that it's a liquor store in open in a SPENCERPORT or in another place, right? It's a lot of the liquor store, but I will be trying to give the best price, best betterment for the people. And according to me, I will be good deal. I will be do the good deal and satisfied to my customers. If I'm really polite and I will be satisfying my customer, that's good for me and for my customers as well. I'm there just for my customers.
So who owns 255 Bay Street?
That is a Pritam Hira.
That is a what? What? That is a what name?
The name of the owner is a Pritam Hira.
Okay.
Is that someone you're related to?
He's my father-in-law, but I'm doing my job over there. He's pay to me my hours, and I'm just managing. Yeah.
This is a very large store that you're proposing with only a $15,000 cash investment and a $50,000 loan. But the paperwork that I've seen doesn't really indicate where that money's coming from. Where is the $50,000 coming from?
Yes, sir. He's my friend. The name is Sla Radwan. He's my family friend. I know him. He's like 5 years old, and he gave me the promises not to me, and so I borrowed the money from him.
Did you say you have a promissory note? Do you have you have a written agreement with him?
Yes, sir.
I didn't see it. And, you made reference to that you're doing this for the people, but you've already heard the opposition. And as the chair indicated, I didn't come across any letters of support or petition in support of this application. In fact, there are numerous businesses, individuals that are in opposition to this application. Let me say also that you're proposing a very large store. There is a very large store only 0.6 miles away from you. They are making a profit. And the farthest store from your location is only 5.7 miles, which if you're traveling at 30 miles per hour, only takes 11 minutes to get there. And I'm really concerned that this is a small village. There's only 3,600 people in this village. And also the public safety concerns that were raised by the letter that we received, that this is a plaza, which is a favorite hangout for school children. We've heard that there is a BOCES at the plaza, also a video arcade and an ice cream parlor. I am not hearing how this is really in the public convenience and advantage. I think that the community there is being well served already from what I can see in the numbers. But I'll let you rebut, obviously, if you have a rebuttal.
Yes, sir, that is a big plaza. I know there is a Top, Dollar Tree, and the food services over there. And I can't say that there is not a lot of residential area. There is a residential area. So I will be give my best opportunity, like best settlement, best deal to my customers. So if I'm giving the example to, if I'm because the Empire, Southern, a lot of the company, they are giving the deal to us. I will be prepared for that. And because I will be do the 30%, 35% of the deal, that is a better for the people and better for me. I am there because of the people. I am here because of the people. So I'm going to satisfy for them. And I know you are saying that is a busy area because tops are really busy. So my customer will be come there. There is a gas station. There is a bank as well. So I will be satisfied that.
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Am I okay to ask? What are the terms of your promissory note? What are the terms?
Yes, sir. There is a promissory that is a $50,000 from the Sla Ramadan, and he gave me the promissory that in this time you will be give me back within 1 year. So I will be give from my money from my bank that I gave to him, like in the small amount, small settlement. So I paid off already.
Okay, let me just ask you a different way. Is there an interest rate on the promissory note?
Yes, that is a.
What is it?
I think that is a 3 to 5%.
Okay, and was there a payment? Is there any installments or payment due dates?
No, that is for the 1 year.
Okay,
So
1 year.
those are-
It's a 1 year pay 'em in 1 year.
Yes,
Correct?
for the $50,000.
Next question. And I've asked this before. I've seen the surname Kaur. That's your surname, right? Are there
Last-
are you related to any cores in the Buffalo area
No,
that have
sir.
liquor stores?
No, sir.
There are no other cores that are related to you that have liquor stores?
No, sir.
Okay. And how do I say your name correctly? Core?
Yes, sir. This is my last name.
All right. And the last question, and this is just because of the geography. How far are you from Greece, New York? How many miles approximately?
From the Greece, I think that is more than the 3 miles.
Well, I mean, is it 10 miles?
I can say the 5 miles.
Okay.
I'm not
okay.
sure for that, but I'm sure that is a 5 miles.
Okay. Because I'm
More
asking,
than
because
5
that's like the greater Rochester area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The members have any other questions?
Oh, yeah, I have one more question. I'm sorry. There's another liquor store 0.6 miles away,
It's a flower.
2,500 feet.
2,500 feet away.
Mhm.
How are you going to compete with them?
Yes, sir. That is a really good question. Because according to my experience, the company is giving the deal. If we are taking the higher deal, we can get the low price. We can, my margin is that, but my deal is big. According to MAG 1.5, 75 ml bottles I'm taking, like a 75 bottles or 100 case I will be get that, then I will be get the lower price of my deals. So I will get that deal according to my customers, and I will be compete that. And secondly, things I will be get like higher level things, medium and the lower, like pints, half pints, mag, fifth, liter, everything I will be get that. Those my customers, I will be do that. The flower liquor store is doing the that is a tasting as well. The like a 2 days in a week. Those I will be prefer to my order guys that I should be do that, because my customers should know the new things and those they want that next time they will be get after the tasting. That is a big thing, and the deal is a big thing. I will be do like those one get one free, or one, like not a free, like a half price.
Okay, okay. And there's dozens and dozens of signatures against you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you make of that?
I will be make that according to my work, according to my satisfied to my customers. I'm not satisfied to them. I'm satisfied my customers, right?
Okay.
I care
Okay.
for them.
All right, thank you.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yeah.
Everybody else is, yeah?
Okay. Commissioner De Leon?
Okay. As the chair and Commissioner Mayor have noted, and I've noted, there is a lot of opposition to this store. This is a very large store with only one employee. There is a very large store only 0.6 miles away, or I think it was 2,500 feet. A small town of only 3,600 people, and within a 6-mile radius of this of your proposed location, there are about $6 million worth of sales being made annually. I just don't see that this application is bringing anything that the community needs, that it's adding to any public convenience or advantage, and respectfully, I deny the application.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, I'm being a bit thoughtful about this, and I'll tell you why. You're not far from Rochester. The other stores are 3.8, 5.6 something. You've got a very close store, but you want to take them on. What I actually don't like, that there's a million signatures against you. I don't know what that means. I don't know if Fowler's Wine and Spirits is just rallied everybody in the community in this popularity contest. And they just don't want competition. It's not their turf, and that's been my general attitude is I don't think any liquor store has a quote unquote turf. And if that's an unfair statement, I'm not intending it to be unfair to council or to Fowler's or to the opposition, but I don't know why anybody thinks that they shouldn't be competed against. So I think your store is 6,000 square feet, I believe. Is that correct?
7,000 square feet. Those I will be
Okay.
use 4,000 square feet, and 3,000 I will be used for the storage.
Okay, and you've clearly told me, which is one interest that I had, is you are not related to any KAUR surnames that have liquor stores in Buffalo area. Is that
No,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir. I'm not
Okay.
connected.
Okay, all right. So in the spirit of bringing some competitive pricing to Spencerport, I'll say yes.
Chair?
All right, I'm gonna vote to deny. I don't see any justification for more supply at this time in this town. There is a store literally down the street. So I'm not gonna find public convenience advantage. I vote to deny.
So the application's been denied.
but I should be you guys should be give me the one chance, like for time being, like 1 year, 2 years. If you are not satisfied for me, then you can give me the notice that after that.
All right, we
Yeah,
voted.
ma'am,
We
the
voted.
vote's
Thank you.
over, so the application's been denied. You always have the right to request reconsideration if you have more information, but right now it's denied. And we have to move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in Buffalo is 29, ASZU LLC.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioner, Chair, members of the board. My name is Mikhail Kalampoukas, sole proprietor of ASZU LLC. I'm applying for a liquor store in Geneva, New York.
You are the actual applicant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is there any protest in the room?
No, right? Yeah.
All right.
You have a farmer brewer license? And
I do not. I work for one, but I have provided the authority a statement that will resign my position as soon as I get my license accepted.
Okay, and what are you a master in?
I'm an advanced sommelier. I'm a master sommelier candidate. So it's one of the highest accolades you can achieve in the wine world. And this is what I'm working towards, which I believe brings public convenience advantage and curated selection of the highest quality that Geneva, I believe, needs.
Do the members have any questions?
All right, so there are 4 neighboring stores within 2 miles, and all of them are showing decrease in sale numbers. So I'm not really seeing any demand here, unless your business model is something completely different. I don't think I can support this.
My business model is absolutely different than what the current liquor stores have in the area. Geneva is a thriving community, is becoming the epicenter of the Finger Lakes as a wine destination and a tourist destination. And I have seen that firsthand in my experience as a restaurant sommelier since 2016. I live and work in Geneva since 2016, and I have seen that need firsthand. I have to point out, if I may, that the highest grossing liquor store, which is 1.3 miles away, that is Pedula's, they do not have a website in 2025, which I think they leave a lot of money on the table. I have to give another example, for instance, and I think what the current selections offer is not what the public is looking for. And I've seen that firsthand. We welcome a lot of guests from the greater Rochester area, from Pittsburgh, Fairport, Victor, that come to Geneva and very often express interest in the selection we're offering at the restaurant, and this is why I decided to make that selection available to our guests. For instance, I'm going to go to a tasting this evening, and 4 winemakers, 2 sommeliers, none of us is buying wine from Geneva because the selection is not adequate or up to our standards. What I'm looking to provide the community is a curated, hand-picked selection of highly allocated wines and spirits of the highest quality. And additionally, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Additionally, I'm in downtown Geneva, so I'm a really prime spot right next to the Smith Opera House. There's a large parking space, restaurants and shops in the area, and on a main street in downtown area.
Is sued? What is that?
So I would agree that you're in the downtown area.
Is sued?
And I would agree that some of the others are a little bit on the outskirts of the restaurant epicenter, I'll call it. But I want to ask you about, I've always been curious about.
It's one store, right?
0.5
miles away.
I'm just looking up the name, the Lake Street Filling Station. What do you know about that place?
That is, I know it's owned by Bob and Donna Stivers, who do happen to be my landlords. They own half of the downtown pretty much, and that's why one of the empty spaces that I rent is theirs. And to be quite frank with you, I didn't know that was a retail store until I got the report back from the financial report from the surrounding liquor stores. So my guess is as good as yours, but to me, it does not look like a liquor store. I
Okay,
walked
so
downtown.
Lake Street is your landlord. Basically, the principals of Lake Street is your landlord.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. 'cause
So
they
is
have-
there any kind of arrangement for profit sharing with your store or in theirs?
Absolutely not. And I have provided the authority a statement that the landlords, my landlords, have no relation to my business other than being the owners of the premises and pay them rent.
Okay, and so, and the entity that you work for, the manufacturer, they also don't have interest in your business?
They
they?
do not have interest in my business. I will be leaving my position upon approval.
Okay, because they were, based on the computer system that we have, the address that you're using was used by the manufacturer, is that right?
Which address? The address of my store is 112A Seneca Street.
Okay,
The manufacturer liquor license of the location I work at is 22 Linden Street, which is a street nearby, but not the same premises.
okay. And are you going to be carrying products that's made by the manufacturer that you work for?
It is an option, but is obviously if that were to happen, I will purchase the items through distribution and through legal channels. But there is no such agreement as
Okay.
me carrying their wines.
All right. And I just want to put on the record that you're also aware that there is a new store that was approved in March that is 0.5 miles away.
I became aware a few weeks ago. Yes, I am.
So there's already, everybody's doing
You have two stores,
significantly down number.
1.4 and 1.5. So those two stores are very close to each other. You familiar with this store, Lake Street?
Lake Street, that's the one the Lake Street filling station, correct?
That's the closest one to you, and the sales there are really, really de minimis.
This is the one the commissioner
just
just asked me a minute ago, and I do not, as I said before, I didn't know that was an actual liquor store. And as I mentioned, the owners of that liquor store own half the downtown of Geneva. They own the marina on Seneca Lake as well. And I don't know what they're hoping to make out of that liquor store. But I do not think this is indicative of what the area needs, because you can see it on the numbers on the other liquor stores that, as I said, the largest grossing liquor store,
I
they don't
understand.
even have a website.
Why do you say that you didn't know it was a liquor store? Does it not appear to be a liquor store?
It does not appear like a liquor store.
Okay. What does it appear to be?
It looks like a bar,
Okay.
unless there's a bar next door and the liquor store is not quite visible.
Okay. I'm okay if everybody else is ready to vote.
All right.
The members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, well, I note your expertise in this area, the fact that the Business Improvement District is also in support. I do have a concern, like I told you, the closest store next to you is doing de minimis sales, and now we just put another one there. So those two are close to each other. But the one store that you mentioned, which is 1.3 miles away, is doing significantly well. Almost $1 million in profit in 2024. So I'm going to vote to approve. I hope you make a go of it. It might be tough, but I think your expertise, the support of the Business Improvement District, and also the second closest store to you is also projected to make a profit, or was projected to make a profit in 2024. Not much, but a profit nevertheless. So I'm going to vote to approve, and I wish you the best. If you
Appreciate
if
it,
you are-
Commissioner.
Commissioner Maya?
I note the letter of support from the Business Improvement District. The filling station seems to be almost like a hobbyist sort of package store exercise there. And I do think that you are closest to the downtown restaurant district, so I vote yes.
And Chair.
All right, all the surrounding stores are doing declining numbers, but I am going to assume that you are essentially going in to replace this store that your landlord owns that is doing almost non-existing numbers. We're also going to go out and check out what's going on there. With that, I'm going to see this as a replacement store. And since you have obviously really qualified to have a store and have interest in this area, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you. You've been approved.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nicole, that's it, right?
Yes, that is all.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're moving to Albany. The first item is number 7, AHFM Inc.
Which
DBA
number is
7-Eleven
that,
store.
sir?
Number 7.
Do I need to?
To the table.
Number 7. Are you the licensee?
Yes,
Can you put your name on the record?
my name is Hassan Malik.
All right. There's a little glitch in our system, so this should be 3,000.
Commissioner Daniel?
It certainly can be lowered by 500. It doesn't mean that it should be lowered. I got two concerns here. One, that there was no request for information, no questioning at all of the agent, who is 18 or I think was 17 years old. So that's kind of concerning for me. And also, you did provide ATAP certificates, but all of the names are redacted on those certificates. And that's a little concerning to me. For those reasons, I'm not inclined to lower it to 500 that we have the discretion to do so. And I would go with 3,500.
Commissioner Mayo?
3,000.
Okay. So the penalty is going to be $3,000. You'll get a letter via email on how to pay it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Next is number 3, Cumberland Farms Inc. It's technically there's 2 Cumberland Farms Inc., but if you know the number, Mr. Sampson.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, this is number 3. Good morning, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon, Commissioner Maya. My name is Mastin Sansom. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I am joined here by Bill Burst, who is the district manager for the applicant, or for the licensee, I should say. And really, we are here for a sale to minor. A CNC was submitted on 1/17, I believe. Correction, that was submitted on 2/9/24. And I believe the penalty for the CNC was $3,000.
Sorry, so how many stores does he oversee as a district manager?
12.
12 stores.
And the other lady is,
Yes, that is for a store located in Ballston Spa.
But that's
on
Uh,
the
Milton
next one. That's
Avenue.
number 6.
6?
Yeah, number
Yeah.
6.
oh,
number-
okay,
but
all right,
she's
so
not
that's
with
not
us.
related to this.
No.
So
Correct.
who's the on-site manager for this store?
Jessica Hill.
And where is she?
She's at work at the store.
Okay. So do you guys have an ID checking system. What is that? Can you describe that?
Yeah, we have every time somebody purchases any alcohol, tobacco items, the register will actually stop them, ask them for ID. They have three options on the register. First being hit the of age button, which means that they check nothing. Our policy, anyone over 40 must be checked. If they're over 40, they hit that button. Otherwise, if they show them ID, that license or whatever it be, they will scan it and will come up on a register with their date of birth. And the third way is they hit the of age key, and or they can key the date of birth in from the license or passport. Passports can't scan, so they have to actually key the date of birth in from that. And we do check them on a daily basis. There's a scan percentage of how many people that are over the age or under the age. That has to be a percentage that we look for, that we will address if it's under a certain amount for each person that runs the register.
The individual that made the sale has been terminated, of course, in both instances. Also, I believe there is a monthly retraining that occurs.
Correct. Every month, we have, as a company, we have a program that teaches and explains what the policies are for tobacco, alcohol, and those that fail have to do that every single month. And when they don't, I get a notification and I get a hold of the store and they get it done at that point.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna go to 2,500.
We're just doing one right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, in this case, I'm going to exercise that discretion, although I do have the same concern. The information that we have, the sale being observed, that there was no request for ID and no questioning of the buyer at all, and that is concerning. However, you have had a license 40 years now, and you haven't had any adverse history in a long, long time. So I'm going to take that into consideration and agree with the chair at 2,500.
Commissioner Mann?
25.
Thank you
All right.
very much.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
then next one is number 6, which is also Cumberland Farms. That's the one in Boston Spa.
That's correct, and they have essentially the same policies. There was a CNC submitted on 1/17/24 for a penalty of 3,500. And I believe that this also is a first offense in many years.
It's 2006.
2006.
This one, the person was under 18, so.
Yeah, that's the concern.
All right.
You know, again, here, the concern is that the agent here is under 18 years of age. You know, not all 17-year-olds look like 17-year-olds, but that should be a tip-off. And the information is that there was no request to check ID and no questioning at all of the agent.
Yes.
Again, though, you've been in business a long, long time and have had a good track record. I'm going to ask that you be a little more diligent about those things. Okay. So the CNC is at 3,500. I'm going to go down to 3,000.
Commissioner Mayo
3,000.
and Chair.
All right, 3,000. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So the final item that's in Albany is actually in both Albany and New York City. It's 25 Ferndale Wine and Liquors LLC.
Buying through this
25.
stuff.
25.
25.
So I think is the applicant here in New York City. So the applicant's here in New York City, and we have opposition in both New York City and Albany.
Good
morning.
Hello, sir.
Francis Buscemi, mailer in Buscemi for the applicant Ferndale Wine and Liquors. With me today is Mr. Zhang, the principal of Ferndale.
And he applied here, was denied, and then now he's buying a store and moving it? Is that what's happening?
Correct. Well, you can no longer do due to that advisory, you can no longer do a purchase removal application, so we filed as a new license application. He's purchasing the business of Largemount Discount Wines, Inc., located at 18A Chatsworth Avenue, which is the closest liquor store to the proposed location. And then he's buying their inventory out and then reopening.
But the contract of sale is a conditional contract of sale, conditioned on getting the license?
Correct.
Has it actually been executed by?
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, sure, that should be on file with you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure, that was part of the application that we filed. There's opposition, I'm assuming you want to hear from the odds.
So I'll start first. Good morning, Liz Chisari for the opposition, One Ear Up, which I think is now the closest store. Our opposition, obviously, last year when they were here attempting to open a store in this location was the oversaturation of the area. In fact, the population of Largemont has gone down 3% and sales have stayed flat. The requested removal
From when to when?
from last year to this year, population went down 3%.
Oh.
Yeah, and my client's sales have stayed flat, or they're projected to stay flat, go up no more than 1%. I believe some of the other sales have actually dropped. But the other problem with this removal is we're taking a 600 square foot store and now turning it into a 1,900 square foot store, which is almost adding 2 complete stores on top of what's already
It's
there.
actually 3,227 square feet.
I thought they said their retail space was 1,900.
But the store, for your purpose, is 3,200.
So it's almost 5 times the existing store that they're trying to remove. That's why we would oppose any removal whatsoever.
3,227, and the store they bought is 500.
Yep, Ellery, can you mute until we call on the opposition in Albany? We're getting a lot of feedback.
So obviously sales are down. My client's only had her license now just a little bit over a year, and she's basically a new business, and her sales, like I said, are staying flat and projected at best to go up a total of $18,000 for the year coming up. That's if everything were to stay on course using Commissioner DeLeon's formula. And again, we'd be now adding, could be potentially 3,000 plus square feet of retail space in an area that we're taking out only taking out 600. So we would stay opposed to that. I don't know, would you like to say anything? You just got to identify yourself if you want to add to my statement.
Hi, Raina Aurora, Post Wine and Spirits. I am a new business owner. It's actually 2 years with the license. Been working very hard. I'm also a resident of Larchmont. I live right down the street. My kids go to school in the area. I speak on both sides. And a larger store is just not needed in town. I have many of my, competitive stores here with us. It's saturated. Community is very well served. I'm very familiar with this shopping center. I shop here. I go to the grocery store. It is right down the street from my store. So I have a strong objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you say you were the president of Larchmont? What did you say?
Resident. No, that would be amazing, but no.
All right, thank you. Sir?
Hello, my name is David Forcello. I'm the principal of Liquor Company of New York, Inc., which is the 6th closest liquor store to the proposed premises. Now, even though I'm the 6th closest, I'm only 1.3 miles away. My sales have declined 10% since between 2020 and 2024. And then the first 4 months of 2025, I'm down 6% over the first 4 months of 2024. As was previously stated, this license was declined 1 year ago due to declining sales in the area. Since then, my sales have only further declined. There's also a history of denials of this area. So just want to go through that quickly. In 2017, there was a proposed store called the Bottle House of Larchmont. It was on Boston Post Road, about a mile away from this proposed store. During this denial verdict, at the time, Chairman Bradley stated the following: there's only 6,500 people in this town and there's 6 liquor stores. We don't need another one. This is why they ask us to make these decisions, to make sure that we don't put 7 liquor stores in a town this size. So I think you're a good applicant. You just need to find another location. Then in 2018, the New York State Liquor Authority rejected a proposed store called Westchester Wine Company. This was in Mamaroneck, 1.8 miles away. So the store was 100 feet away from a grocery store and about 200 feet away from a CVS, which is certainly, they're going to argue that they have convenience and advantage because they also have a CVS and a grocery store. Now, in 2018, Westchester Wine Company was denied because of declining sales in the area. So to me, this is relevant because it shows that just having a grocery store and a CVS in your shopping center is not necessarily enough to prove public convenience and advantage when there are declining sales in the area. And in this instance, there are declining sales in the area, of course. And finally, in 2021, the New York State Liquor Authority rejected a proposed store also on Boston Post Road, which is same road as Ferndale, about a mile away. It was called GB Wine and Liquor. This was a relatively quick denial during which Chairperson Fan stated the following: perhaps there are too many stores for a small village, so I don't see public convenience and advantage here. I'm going to vote to deny. So you have 3 relevant denials. And then, of course, Ferndale themselves were denied 1 year ago. During this verdict, Commissioner De Leon said, I think the issue here is the need. It's whether or not this community can support another store when the numbers we are looking at all indicate that they are either flat or going down. Again, since this denial, my sales are down 6%. Now I understand that they're purchasing a store. They're purchasing a small store with, forgive me, but relatively modest sales. And they're opening a very large store. They're going to look to do 8 times in sales what the store that they're purchasing is doing to be successful. And
Do you think that's possible?
I do not, based on the amount of declining sales that I myself are seeing. And I'm working just as hard as I ever have, if not harder. And I think possibly consumer habits are just changing. And also with speaking with my fellow store owners, which you'll about to hear from, as well as the gentleman in Albany, their sales are declining, some significantly. So I don't think there's a need for an increase of 2,700 square feet in liquor space into a very, very competitive market. Again, there's 8 stores within 1.5 miles. There are 11 stores within 2 miles. And then just outside of that, 2.5 miles away, there's a giant warehouse store in New Rochelle. This is a driving community. You can get to a store, any liquor store, very quickly. Particularly Raina's store, 1 year up, is right down the street. I mean, you could get there in 1 minute drive. And because of that, I don't think there's a need for an addition of this level. It's a very large store. It would be the largest store in town. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Joshua Chen. I own a liquor store name is QIYI Wine Experience. It's a 7 close to the new liquor store. And I bought a liquor store around 3 years ago, but the sales, around 2023, they already have a new liquor store opening in Mamaroneck, but they are in different town, but their store is in the middle of the town, Mamaroneck and Lunchman. But when they're moving, it's closer to me. And my sales around 2023 go down almost 30%, and last year is 10%. So I'm thinking removing is okay, but it's like a 5 times bigger. If you really want to do the business in there, we have a lot of business, like a liquor store, same size like that. They can buy from us and they try to move there. It's okay with the size, but it's 5 times bigger. I don't think so that's why I would decline for them. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Which is your store, sir?
Mamaroneck. The store name is the QIY Wine Experience.
Okay, I see.
Yep.
I understand what you're saying.
Hi, how are you, everyone? My name is FERNDALE. I'm from Sun's Wine Liquor. I'm the nice far away from the African store, but it's only 1.8 miles away. And my sales is go down 8 to 10%. I see, 2 years ago, I took over this store about 4 years, but before I took over, there's a case approved for moving also, I-95. They were on my right side, then they moved to my left side. But it's about same distance, but the size-wise, it's double size bigger, I think. Since then, my sales went down right away. So, you know, right now, I think the store is about like 600. They moved to about like over 3,000. That's way bigger. You know, that's why I vote for the for this.
What size is your store?
3,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then we have the gentleman in Albany, if he wants to come up and, Eller, if you can unmute, yeah.
My name is Peter O'Brien. I'm the proprietor of 10538 Wine, doing business as Wine Tasters of Larchmont. I believe I'm the second closest store. My sales have gone down. I'm projecting about 10% this year. The year before I was down a little bit, and then the year before that, it took a really big turn from 22 to 23. And then this year, I'm expecting 10% off of the 24. So I'm wondering why this town that has 6 liquor stores within 1.1 miles, we service the town like no other town can service people. We have very good competition, and we have a lot of opportunities for people to come into our town and get the variety they need. So this is not going to be a convenience store. This is going to be an ultra discount store that's going to be 5 times the size of the store that he's purchasing. And there's another point that nobody has mentioned here either, is there's 3 schools within 0.6 miles. We've got a high school, middle school, and an elementary school. This is a listing town. There's no school buses in this town. There's over 3,000 students that walk down Boston Post Road every day. They're going back and forth, back and forth. Now this particular, the store that he was buying is set off on a different street. It's down Chatsworth Avenue, so it's not on the main drag that people walk all day long. So that's a concern that I think that you need to pay attention to, the fact that it's so close to the schools. And I think everybody else had covered everything appropriately. I just don't think there's a need for it. So thank you very much.
All right, regarding the schools, they're just close by, right? They're not within 200 feet or anything?
No, but they're just skating it. Literally, like 0.3 miles is the closest one, is the Hammocks Middle School.
Is it walkable?
Oh, absolutely. It's pretty much across the street and down the block. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant?
Yeah.
So it indicated with me today is Mr. Zhang, principal of the applicant. We do believe that public convenience and advantage will be served by licensing this applicant. As was indicated, this is about a 3,200 square foot store, which is larger than the store that's being purchased, but that size store, we believe, does better serve public convenience and advantage and creates a better shopping experience for the customer, for the consumer. The store is located in the Ferndale Shopping Center on Boston Post Road, which is a main thoroughfare of 4 lanes. The shopping center is anchored by a Stop and Shop. It also has a CVS. So we're dealing with a one-stop shopping experience with regard to the shopping center and having the supermarket, CVS, and liquor store in the same location. There's also within 200 feet on the same side of Boston Post Road is a Trader Joe's. It's right in the next shopping center or shopping mall over. So again, this is the closest that would be to Trader Joe's. As was indicated, Ferndale applied for this same location and was disapproved by the full board on February 21 of 2024.
How far, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just still unclear when I read this. How far are you attempting to move? From
0.6 miles.
It's 0.6, okay.
Yes, and it's
For some reason, I thought it was closer than that, okay.
It's in my statement,
All right, yeah, I see.
Commissioner. Crescent Booth be removed to the proposed location, which is 0.6 miles from Largemount Discount Wines and Liquors. And Largemount is the closest store.
Yeah.
So we're not actually adding a new store to the area. Should also be noted that Ferndale's this location that they want to open at is further away from the 4 closest liquor stores than the current location of Largemount Discount. And I gave a chart in my submission. Largemount Discount is 900 feet from Boston, from Post Wines and Spirits. Now, this new store would be 7/10 of a mile. The store of 10538 Wine is 4/10 of a mile from Largemount. The new location would be a mile away. Largemount Wine and Liquor was a half a mile away from Largemount Discount. The new location would be 1 mile away. Young's Distribution, which is 8/10 of a mile from the store being purchased, Largemount, Ferndale, it would be 1.3 miles away. So all the stores we're moving further away from. Mr. Zhang has been employed in the liquor store business since 2021, so he has ample experience in the industry. We looked at the population growth by way of the 2010-2020 census, 2020 being the last sentence, and within a 1, 2, and 3 mile radius, there's population growth and household size growth, household numbers growth in the 1, 2, and 3 mile radiuses from the store pursuant to the census data from
What do you have the population of Largemont as?
I do radiuses because this is a matter of, it's not zip code, it's radius. This is what the radius, if you're within a mile of this store, there's been population growth. If you're within 2, population growth. If you're within 3 miles, population growth. And to me, that's more important. To me, that's a bit more important than, saying, well, this zip code or Largemount has a population of this or that. People are, geographically located within a certain distance from the store. All right. This is the only store that's located in the shopping center that does have a supermarket. There's only one store that we know of that has about 10 sake brands. None of the other stores are really carrying sake, New York State wine, or canned cocktails. Ferndale will carry these products. The increased size of the proposed location over the Largemount Discount Wine location will enable Ferndale to offer more variety and better prices. Further, Ferndale is going to have shelf talks with descriptions of the displayed wine and liquor. It's going to provide carry-out service to customers' cars. You'll have weekly wine tastings of liquor, and wine will be done with discussions of the products to help customers make better informed decisions on their purchases. Now, concerning the existing store sales, they're certainly not de minimis. You have Post Wine, they're doing over $1 million in 2024. 10538 Wine has 2024 sales of over $2 million.
All right. Is that it?
There's been a very large increase in the Largemount Wine and Liquor sales for
All right, can I ask some questions?
2024.
Who owns McLean Liquor Store?
I don't recall who owns McLean's.
That's where he worked.
You're asking me. I don't have the name on the tip of my tongue.
That's Qiao Long Huang.
Is that a friend or?
He's a friend, yeah.
He's a friend? Okay. And he doesn't have interest in this store, right?
No.
Okay. So you live in Flushing area. Why do you
Yes.
want a store in this area?
Because I work in the Westchester and I know this place and same distance about I working place. And I know this is very convenient for the public and I like this place.
And I also have interesting, if I get this approved, I might move over to Westchester as well.
Okay.
And I want to better serve the community as well.
Do the members have any further questions?
I believe council wanted to give us a number.
Yes, yes, Commissioner De Leon. I know you were asking population numbers. In 2020, to the U.S. Census, the population of Larchmont was 6,612. And according to World Population Review, who studies populations, in 2025, that number had dropped to 6,413, which is a 3% drop. Furthermore, based on one of the opposition statements, if there were almost 3,000 students that live in Larchmont.
Yeah, but there's been no correlation. That's a statement that has absolutely no correlation that I've heard.
I understand that. Commissioner De Leon was just asking what the population was in
One
Larchmont.
question, for one observation maybe.
Yes.
We keep on, and I don't do this as much, and I actually admire Commissioner De Leon for his financial analysis, but I also think that that's in a vacuum. It doesn't, you can't, these numbers don't tell us how hard somebody's trying to market or how hard somebody's trying to work. But I want to make an observation now. Instead of looking at each number and saying what it's up or down, I did these calculations twice. There's about 4.8, let's say 4.9 million in sales in 2023 in the area. And it went up to 6.198. So it actually went up 1.2 million amongst those four closest stores. I used conservative numbers. I used a bigger number for the subject because they went down in the year maybe they were selling. And I also was generous with Post Wine and Spirits since they had partial figures for that first year. There's still a growth of $1.3 million in the area. So you kind of know where my analysis is going on the numbers, okay?
If I may, just with regard to the population, just to address that, when you look at the actual mileage and population, within a 1 mile radius of the location, you've got over 17,000 people. Within a 3 mile radius of the location, you have almost 107,000 people. 2 miles is almost 50,000 people. So, looking at 6,000 in Larchmont really belays the issue, the true population in the area in general, and households have also, within 1 mile, you have almost 6,400 households alone. Within 3 miles, you have close to 40,000 households.
Let me ask your man, why do you want such a big store?
Because I need more space for variety. I have to carry all variety to able to support the customer's need.
All right, because to me, sitting here for a year, it appears that bigger stores attract bigger markets. To me, that's what I think I've seen, but that means nothing. I just wanted to know, I wanted to hear what you might say to that. Okay.
Do the members have any further questions? Are you ready to vote?
I think I'm ready. My colleague.
I'm ready.
Okay. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Not the easiest call to make for me on both sides, arguments on both sides. I take note of all of the denials that have occurred in the years, as was mentioned by one of the opponents, and that we recently denied an application back in February of 2024. I understand the applicant's, argument that essentially he's replacing another store almost. But the size is considerable. It's 3,000 square feet. That is a very large store. We have 4 stores that we got numbers from, and they're all within a mile of each other. And the sales, and everybody knows how I do my math, are flat for those. I see 2 down and 2 up. And then the other concern is that I understand the argument about radius, but at the end of the day, this is a store that's going to be in Larchmont. And Larchmont has a small population. Other people may come, into Larchmont and come out of Larchmont, but this is the community of Larchmont. And I read a letter that was written in opposition on another case recently, and it was very compelling. The person spoke about how their community has changed with all of the licenses that have been issued in that area, and that we have eroded the retail infrastructure of this area, and that the other shops that they need for a vibrant community are not there any longer, and you have nothing but restaurants and liquor stores. And that touched me. That's, we have a lot of things to look at here. Public convenience and advantage, promoting temperance, and, ultimately doing the right thing. This is a small community, and it's got enough liquor stores as I see, from the application and all the information that I have in front of me. And so respectfully, I'm going to err on the side of denying this application for the reasons that I've stated. And let me note also the public safety concern. Even though there isn't a 200-foot situation here, it has been pointed out that there are a number of students walking past this proposed location on a daily school basis. Those are my reasons.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay, I'll give a little bit of a speak here on this one. First, we have Mr. Zhang, who was denied, and he is persevering, which I find is exactly the kind of guy who should be operating a business. He bought a place conditionally, which that's not a factor to me. And now you want to move it 0.6 of a miles, but it is much larger. And I've heard some arguments by counsel was a good argument, and one particular gentleman made a very good argument for yourself. You're not going to like the way this turns out on the way I'm going to be voting, but you did a good job. I looked at the numbers, and anytime I had to add a number to the favor of the existing stores, I did. I added dollars when I had to make assumptions. And I'm telling you, I did it twice. I'm coming up with 4.8 million to 6.198 million. Someone's buying more alcohol there. And this guy wants to bring a larger store in, which seems to me to induce more purchasing, and he doesn't give up. And I see no correlation with the school. We'd have to jump and make a big leap that the kids are going to be allowed in a liquor store, or there's some prurient interests abound by liquor stores. I just don't see any correlation, so I have no trouble. I vote for you, Mr. Zhang. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
If it's approved.
Thank you.
Chair.
Are there any other stores that we have approved in the area?
Not that I could find, not that come up on the report, proximity report.
All right. This is, really a close call. I understand the argument that we don't want a bigger store here, but if you're looking at public convenience advantage, I think I have to agree with council that this is in a more convenient location. There's sort of two big strips here, and we're sort of on the side, and all the other stores are together on a different big traffic throughway. So the numbers are, I know that, it's too bad that our numbers don't take into consideration of your expenses. But judging from the numbers, I think there's some that are going up and some that are flat and some that are flying off. There's one store that has sort of more than tripled from 22 to 24. Someone is doing really good business there. So I hate that we have to reward someone else for the good work that you're doing, but unfortunately that's the system that we have here, where we look at your sales numbers and justify whether there's increased demand or not. With that, I understand the argument about not having a big store, but the applicant has gone and purchased a store, and he is replacing a closing store, which is decreasing sales. And so I hope he will turn it around and bring some excitement here in the new area that didn't have a store before. So with that, I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ellery. That's it, right? In Albany?
That's all. Thank you.
All right. You can sign off. All right. Moving to New York City. First item is 70D, 338 Wallabout Liquors, Inc.
Well, this contract's on condition. He's not going to lose out if he doesn't get
70D.
70D.
70D for David, right?
Yep.
No. Okay. I can do that. Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. With
What
me
number is this? Sorry.
70D for David.
Okay.
With me is the applicant. Give your name for the record.
Philip Karras.
Philip Karras, and his wife. Give your name for the record.
Julie Karras
And
and Big Tim.
this gentleman would like to speak in their support. Give your name for the record.
Cheskel Holzer.
This is a request for reconsideration. On March the 2nd, on March the 12th, the members voted against, 2 against and 1 for. And we're asking for a reconsideration because we think that in the original presentation, not enough emphasis was put on the community makeup. And East Williamsburg, where the store is going to be located, is known for its Hasidic communities, including the Satmar Hasidic community with an estimated
Can we just vote on
57,000.
reconsideration first? What's new?
Okay, we didn't emphasize the makeup of the community. We didn't,
You didn't
We didn't
bring
pres-
it up, or the situation has changed? Because we vote to reconsider when the situation has changed, not because you didn't say something last time and you should have said it.
Business.
all right, we didn't speak about the business model. We'd like to speak about that today.
New business model.
I don't know that that reaches the standard for reconsideration. I mean, that information was obviously available when the application was first heard. So if it wasn't raised, that's not necessarily cause for reconsideration. So unless there's new evidence, unless you're gonna say we blatantly got something wrong, I don't see that we have anything based on. All right, there was 2 things definitely wrong.
Were you the one who argued last time too?
Yes.
Okay.
I can state this, Mike. I definitely recall the gentleman standing to your right, speaking at length last week.
Yes.
He seems to want to say something, but I also have to follow the evidentiary, I'm going to use the word evidentiary rules or the threshold rule. We got to have something new.
Right, okay.
So if you guys have something new, please help yourselves.
Okay.
So there's evidence, we submitted evidence to.
So there was an issue last time that several other stores, liquor stores in the area carried kosher products.
It
Okay,
was stated hard to believe.
okay, pardon?
It was stated hard to believe last night.
Yeah, the statement was it's hard to believe that they don't carry them. Well, we did an investigation and we determined that there are less than 24 kosher products in all of the 4 closest stores, where this store will be 100% kosher. And it wasn't mentioned before, but Orthodox Jewish people prefer to shop in a 100% kosher store so they don't make a mistake and buy a product that's not kosher. The next was, it was mentioned that the sales of the surrounding stores were down. This is a misconception. 7 of the 8 surrounding stores are experiencing upward trending sales. And would you let us speak to the business model? I think we're still at reconsideration. So your argument is that the Orthodox community wants to go to a 100% kosher store because they don't want to take a chance on making a mistake. Correct. On buying something that's not Correct. kosher.
There's also more.
Can I just say?
Wait, hold on. Go ahead. But you acknowledge that there are other stores that sell kosher products.
Very limited.
And are those stores owned by members of the community?
No.
And very limited.
None of them at all?
No. None, the non-kosher ones.
Excuse me?
The non-kosher liquor stores that do sell very limited amount of kosher wine, very.
Yeah, but
we're
that was,
talking-
Commissioner DeLeon's statement was about
The
the
kosher?
ownership of those stores.
The ownership of the non-kosher liquor stores who do sell very limited kosher SKUs are not owned by community members
How do you know that?
Yeah.
because they are non-kosher. The specific area that we are in, it has 600 units, are all Orthodox Jewish.
Okay, so you're saying to all of us that.
The
that in
development
your
that we are
community,
in,
an
yes, our
Orthodox,
community is
Let him
Jewish
speak.
Orthodox.
A person
yes.
of Orthodox.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on what's different because I think I knew that last time.
No,
And we
because,
voted against it. No, I mean, it just, you have to trust that I know
yes,
the community based on how much time I've spent here
of course.
and my experience in Brooklyn. So
The
what's different?
Well, last time, part of the decision was that sales in the surrounding stores are going down. That's a misconception. 7 out of 8 stores are going up.
No, how are you basing on that? I don't understand. We're looking at the same numbers, aren't we?
Okay, if we look at Marcy Avenue Wines and Liquors,
How is that going up? That looks like it's going down to me. I don't know what else to say to you. Grain is definitely going down.
the projection for 2024 is that the gross sales will be up $129,550.
I don't know how you're doing this projection. Are you using Commissioner DeLeon's and then now putting it down in writing?
Yes, I use Commissioner DeLeon's figures, formula. I know of no other formula.
That is not for you guys to use. I mean, you can't present written material as if this is the rule that governs the board. It just,
I'm not suggesting that it governs the board. I think that it should be considered.
You know, I understand what you did. Again, as you know, I'm pretty careful about the numbers when I have
Yes.
them, all right? So, and I don't have that in front of me right now. I'm trying to understand the argument here, that this is an exclusively Orthodox community. This store is going to be located in that exclusive Orthodox community, and therefore the store, it should have a store that is exclusively kosher. Is that the argument?
With hundreds of, there's thousands of kosher wines out there, thousands. I'm going to be carrying probably close to 1,000, maybe more. As we stated, the other stores, and there was one that made a protest last time I visited there. He said he had kosher wine. I went there, he said, I asked for kosher wine, so I didn't have any kosher wine. I think that was grain. But so 24 bottles of kosher wine compared to hundreds, thousands.
We just don't have the option in that
Potentially.
area.
You gotta save everything.
Communities of that size around Brooklyn, in the Jewish community, they have probably double the amount of stores, kosher wine stores. And
Compared to this community.
Right. There's definitely, a lot of room for the.
Public
Yeah,
convenience.
I firmly
We're
believe
going
this.
to be located specifically
know, that's
in
what- that's
that
what-
development
that's-
as well. We have
you know I
apartment
do.
buildings right above
I
us.
think
That you hit the nail on the head. It's just-
Mr. Perkins,
I don't have
okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, what's your surname?
Philip Harris.
Okay, I think you'd like to say something, but you've got to understand the issue that we have here. What the heck did we consider last time?
So,
Okay, so that's the finite thing right now. What
Have
did
you
we
got something
not
that didn't
consider
consider?
last time?
yes, this wasn't considered because it was
Excuse me,
stated,
Julie. Well, what wasn't considered is that there's
Go to the microphone, I can't hear you.
there's 20.
Anybody could talk.
Will you be able to explain the community? He's going to explain the community. He has.
Hi, my name is Jessica Holzer.
Oh,
I have a store, shoe store, Keith Shoe Store, right next to the
Okay.
store you want to open. It's
Yeah, I can't hear you. Yeah, just lean in.
yes. I have a store right next to this gentleman's, Mr. Phillips, store you want to open. And it's a very, very large community, a new community, very new buildings, very new families moved into that area. There is some wine stores around the community, Jewish area, but it's very far away. Most of the people don't have cars. There's no parking. If someone from the other side of the community have to come over.
Just 1 second. I'm not trying to be rough with you because I appreciate what you said, and I definitely remember you speaking at length in March. We just need to know what's different so that we can vote and maybe reconsider it, but we've got to hear what's new after March 12th. Okay?
I understand. I wasn't here last time.
Yeah, I know.
And I appreciate your work, commissioners.
It's okay.
Just that why I came over, because the gentleman came into my store and put the problem in front of my table. And I understood to come down and explain to the board what's the problem here.
Yeah.
Maybe last time was a talk about the community, about the wine stores around, but I'm sure that didn't came out the amount of families in that area. There's a large area of miles around. There's no wine store, and it's a brand new Williamsburg area. It's not the same old Williamsburg. It's like in Williamsburg is 20,000 families. We're talking about a few thousand families in our area that have no wine stores. They have groceries, they have bookstores, they have shoe stores. I have a shoe store. It's a large community. Since I moved into that place, I was in another store and another place. I moved into the people are so convenient right now and so thankful to have a new store in that community. I think that wine store will help a lot of the community since we're buying wine before Shabbos, before, the weekend. It's going to be a big help for the community to have another wine store there. And of course, a kosher wine store, well, this is the most important thing for our community.
All right, so
Are you
let's vote.
ready to vote on reconsideration? So Commissioner De Leon,
In part, the essential part of the argument is that this is an exclusively Orthodox community and therefore it should have an exclusively Orthodox store that sells only kosher wines. I don't know that that really addresses the issue of reconsideration. That's certainly an argument that could have been made before, and if it wasn't, that's not our fault, but it's not any new evidence or anything like that. It was available at the time, and it's incumbent upon the applicant to bring that to our attention at the time that the application is heard. My vote is going to be to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Mayor.
Okay. I voted for you last time, you know that. Okay, I would have approved it. I would approve it today if we got there.
I understand.
I have to do my job, though. And my job is, I'm not seeing a change. I think that everything, you didn't tell me that 3 buildings fell down since the last time you were here, or 4 buildings went up. I'm just telling you because you know I voted for you, and I would vote for you again on the facts, okay? But on the reconsideration, I don't see anything new, and I have to do my job that way.
I spoke to the council office, and they explained that, I have to come and, and show them, how they made a wrong decision.
All right, I'm just going to say this, sir, because you probably know where I stand on many things, and on yours in particular. Maybe you have to be like Mr. Zhang, who we watched a few minutes ago, and find a place. I'm sorry, but I have to do I'm doing my job, and I'm being apologetic, and I shouldn't have to be, okay? But you know where I would stand if you were in front of us on an application, okay? So I vote, I don't see reconsideration grounds.
All right, I'm going to vote no on reconsideration. You can potentially file again when you get the written decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 68, Stir It Up NY LLC.
Which one are we at now?
68.
68.
Robert Romano, I'm here with Yvette and Devon Strachan, who are the principals. I believe we came back today after the authority was going to look in to see if they were satisfied that the building adjacent or next door to their premise is a church, or is it not? It was mentioned to me, suggested to me by Commissioner Mayor to find out if they were registered with the Internal Revenue Service as a church. I did search through their website. I looked under House of Rock Church Inc., and the House of Rock Church Inc., and found nothing. I had sent this to the board. And again, the Department of State, New York State, did not show it. And also, I believe you had discussed, a friend of yours had discussed renting the apartment above. Had an email. Ms. Strachan she's had an accident.
Council, I agree.
I'm sorry, what's the situation with the rental?
That it is still available for rent.
Yes, but my understanding is that there is no actual, I mean, we've tried to do the same exercise and we have not been able to prove that they're actually apartments for rent despite what's been submitted.
But there's no church entity that's registered either with the state or the federal government.
I think we had this.
That's not the law. I think the commissioner is asking to see if there's evidence that, but
Did you have?
we're now sitting here speaking about what doesn't exist. You know, what I have is a letterhead from a church saying, we have services, we have a community of worshipers here. That's what the law is protecting against, whether they are a tax exempt, if they're paying taxes, that's not my problem.
I think we had that conversation before, at least I raised it. And I understand your approach, and it's a good approach, all right? Are they registered?
That's what I was asked for by the board.
No, I know, I understand. But I believe at the time I said, I think a church technically or not, is anywhere people congregate to pray. This church, this church has a big sign on it that says Sunday services at 10 a.m. Has anybody been there on a Sunday and seen services at 10 a.m.?
There are thousands, I'm sure thousands, not hundreds, thousands of storefront churches in the city of New York.
I'm only asking about this one.
And they do not trigger the 200-foot rule because the building is not a
I'm
church.
only asking, has anybody been there on a Sunday as advertised by this church at 10 a.m.? And are there services being conducted in it?
I'm not denying that there's services. I'll readily admit there's services, but I will also say that the apartment above is for rent.
Well,
And
we didn't find any evidence of that.
Okay, okay.
So I'm going to say something here.
she's going to get we have an email that we can show that somebody attempted to rent it. We provided you with the listings, which are still up online. The fact that they are not registered, I do believe the fact that the entity is not registered anywhere as a 501(c)(3)
Yeah, I
or
mean-
any type of nonprofit or a religious organization speaks volumes. They're not registered with the Council of
No,
Churches.
if you're on the other side, you wouldn't be arguing that.
Right.
Well, let me say this. Do you have any cases, because I couldn't find a case at all. Do you have a case about what is a church or what is not a church?
There are declaratory rulings, many declaratory over the years of what does the building quantify as a church.
Okay.
We're not talking about the ground floor.
I understand that.
The ground floor, we readily admit, is being used for church services.
I'm challenging, I don't believe it's a church because of the building and the non-registered. My analogy would be to have a Bible study with everybody in this room at my house every Friday, but that doesn't make my house a church.
I can provide, I was just given, forgive me for not giving it to you previously,
No, I don't,
an email inquiring about the apartment And they wrote back, great, Jalisa, we actually just redid the apartment and haven't updated the picture yet. When would you like to see it?
All right, well, let me continue here because.
I don't know what that's referring to.
That is an email referring to the rental apartment upstairs. The rental apartment upstairs disqualifies the entire property as being a house of worship under the 200-foot rule. It's either the entire building is being utilized as a church.
I know, we didn't find that evidence, so.
You didn't find the apartment?
But this is from the pastor himself.
This is the pastor writing back saying that there's an
That it's
apartment available.
available and invited her.
But you should have submitted that. I can hold it over and you can submit that. I can't read
Okay.
anything on your phone.
Okay, if we
No,
could,
come on.
we will hold it over and provide that to you.
Okay.
Do you have any other law? I'm having trouble defining this as a church myself. I'm having trouble defining this as a church.
Right.
Okay, so if you have anything else, if we're gonna put this over.
I'll support it with,
Go see the apartment and video it, because he did invite us to come.
I mean, does the board acknowledge that if there is an apartment available for rent, the building is not considered a church under the 200-foot rule?
Well, you have that issue, which makes it non-exclusive.
Correct.
But to me, a large issue here is what is a church? And I'm having trouble when there's no filings. That bears on my analysis, that there are no filings. But that doesn't, I'm not saying that's dispositive, so please.
I understand.
Submit what you have.
All right, we will provide you with further.
So I would vote that the matter be put over. How much time do you need to do your research?
We
got the research. Right?
We'll just provide it the next meeting.
Okay. I'm looking for the legal research.
Yeah, okay.
What are we doing? I'm sorry.
I spoke out of turn perhaps. I
We're
offered adjournment.
adjourning at 6:04.
Okay. Thank you.
And could we also try to reach out to the church and see if we can get someone from the church to attend that day?
That's true. Yeah, get someone from the church to attend is a good idea.
Thank you.
Can we go on a quick break right quick? Sure. Yep, we're gonna go on a brief recess. We'll be back shortly.
those. Let's pull all of those.
All right, I'm sorry, for AIRIST, so I told you you can leave, but can you actually come up and speak to the members? I'm sorry. So we're gonna call up ahead, what number did I say?
15.
15, which is AIRIST JFK Inc. Yeah, just come up and
Hi.
just introduce yourselves.
Oh, hi. My name is Ji Hong. The office from CK License. I'm appearing on behalf of ARIS JFK Inc. And I actually requested for our case to be moved to the next meeting because the applicant needs to leave at 12. And
Okay,
by
that's fine. But you have a document that you're going to submit, right?
yes.
Okay, so 6/4.
Yes, June 4th.
All right, so if you need to leave at noon, you
Yeah.
need to come like super early and sign in super early.
We actually did today.
I understand.
Yes.
I know it's unreasonable for me to say in this day and age that you have to wait all day here, but that's
Yeah.
just how it works here.
Yeah, I know.
So we are willing to do this courtesy just once because it's
Thank
getting
you.
adjourned anyway,
Yeah,
but
thank
you know, it just, I can't. It's
I know.
hundreds of
Thank you.
people.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so next time either come super early or you gotta wait, okay?
Okay. So what would be the like earliest time we could be here? Because we
Well,
actually
the
made
guys-
it very
the
early today.
people, when does Romano get here? 7:30?
Oh, wow. Okay.
What time do you get here? 7 o'clock? Oh, Tuesday? You're crazy. There's a line outside when I get here at 8,
Okay,
so,
okay.
you know.
Oh, okay. That's no
He
problem.
doesn't have to be here, but you can come early and sign in. I mean, that's just how it works.
And then is it mandatory for him to be present at the time?
Probably it would be a good idea for him to come, yes.
Okay.
I know, or you can come late. That works too.
Oh, okay.
You know, we are, you know, I can't promise, but if you come at 2, 3 o'clock, we likely will still be here.
Okay.
But if I finish before you get here, I'm not waiting for you.
Okay.
But generally, we're here at 2, 3 o'clock, so
Okay.
come then, okay?
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I understand you're busy. I hate to do this to you guys.
They're
All right,
already
so
here.
are they here? But do you know if they're here? Yeah,
Give me
make
the
sure
numbers.
that they're.
Commissioner De Leon, were you okay with
I'm
June
fine with
4th? And Commissioner Mayor, were you
Yes,
okay with June
yes,
4th?
thank you.
Okay. We do have a Spanish interpreter that's here, but you said you would give me item numbers?
1 and 55.
1 and 55. I know one's not here. I don't know about 55. I'll look, but we do have a Spanish interpreter, so I'm gonna call that one up. That's 19, Atlantic Liquors and Wine Corp.
I am the English attorney.
Is the, oh, you're the Spanish interpreter.
Yes, I am. My name is Gonzalo Lopez, Spanish.
Which number?
19.
19. This is Jorge Paneca, who is the principal, Robert Romano on his behalf of Atlantic Liquors and Wines Corp. I believe the item to be resolved today was the question of whether or not 2735 Atlantic Avenue is a bona fide premise, having been issued their license December 2024 and never been opened.
I saw the photos that you submitted. They're not actually time-stamped. It looks like the photo, and then there's a typed entry above the photo that indicates the time the visit was made. But let me ask you, did you take those photos?
No, but the gentleman who did, I trust inherently, and Anthony Carabello.
All right, so we have checked with the store owner. They are opening by the end of the month. So there is no question there. We have made
But they-
contact with the licensee, and they are opening at the end of the
Shouldn't they
month.
then place their license in safekeeping since it's exceeding 2 weeks?
We just issued it. Why are you,
It
you
was
want our
issued-
jobs?
Well, it was issued in December of 2024.
Even if it did lead to a disciplinary case, there's no guarantee that'll lead to cancellation.
Okay.
I mean, that's another issue.
Well, we still have we still come to you before indicating there's a brand-new housing across the street with,
No, but it's unfortunately, it's just not really, no matter how many buildings go up in the next week. We also don't take future housing.
no, it is up.
projects
It's
to-
up and running.
Okay, but it's not gonna justify 2 new stores. It's just,
There was another liquor store we had explained earlier, 3 blocks away, which has indeed closed. This is a small store, it's just 300, a little over 300 square feet. It's adjacent to a beer wholesaler, making public convenience an advantage, granting public convenience an advantage, given the proximity to one another. And we feel that the area can absorb a small store.
Why would being next to a beverage center be helpful to you?
Because if somebody is going out to fill their refrigerators for a party, they're gonna get wine, they're gonna get beer, and spirits, and they can do it all within 10 feet of each other.
8 stores within 0.8 of a mile. Within 0.8 of a mile, we have 8 stores that we've gotten numbers from. It's a lot of stores in the same area.
Again, I go to the size of his store, and
This is 303 square feet of retail?
yeah. I mean, it'll make. Is there anything you'd like to say?
And are you on this case?
Yeah, I believe so. This is for a new application.
Atlantic
Yeah,
Liquor.
Atlantic Liquor.
Yeah.
My client has a store on Fulton Avenue, Liberty Avenue.
What's the name of the store?
Sahaj Wine and Liquor.
Oh, you just opened, right?
Yeah, we just, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get any response, right, because you just opened. Okay.
Yeah, my client.
What did you want to say?
Well, basically, my client, so obviously he has an opposition for this application to be approved. As I recall, I was the one who actually did again, my name is Neil Trivedi for the applicant, not the applicant, but the objection. So Sahaj Wine and Liquor, we had made that application last year, October, was approved. He opened in January. I believe his application was pending at that time. While our application was approved. I understand there's a lot of construction going on, but it's only been a few months that he has really opened. World Wine and Liquor is still in the process of still opening up, which is only about 3 blocks away from it. I have another client, they're P&R Wine and Liquor.
9 stores. It's 9 stores within half a mile.
Yeah, there's another location called P&R Wine and Liquor, which is also my client, which is around 9 blocks away. And again, I mean, you have World Wine Liquor, which is 4 blocks away. Was it Fulton or Liberty? Liberty Avenue, which is a little bit south of Atlantic Avenue, but just walkable distance. They have been only open for a few months. So considering that 2 locations are still not sustainable, their application should not be granted.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
I'd just like to point out that the DA liquor store at 535 Liberty Avenue that went out of business just months ago is just 2 blocks away. So.
All right, Mr. Romano, I believe that we held this over because there was a question about the new store, whether
Yeah.
they were going to open or not. I believe that was the only outstanding issue, as you pointed out when we got here. So I don't believe we need to revisit everything.
If I
and,
may, Chair, I'd just like to point out that then I don't believe that question, bless it, has actually been answered, whether or not stating that they're going to
If my
open.
investigator make contact with the licensee and they tell us something, I'm gonna take their word for it, and you let us use our discretion to decide whether, charges should be filed based on what they're telling us. But you have to trust that we also do this work. All right, go ahead.
All right, Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready.
Salud. Okay, yeah, I think that there's just way too many stores in too short of an area. And in terms of our own investigation indicates that this gentleman is that store is going to be opening. And the photos that were submitted, I certainly would accept the representation of counsel,
Right.
but that's not what we have here. We have photos taken by somebody else who you vouch for, I get that.
100%.
But we don't have any affidavit or affirmation from that person that I saw. So, I just think that there's too many stores crammed into this small area. And I have to vote no.
Commissioner Maya,
I vote to approve. There's 5 bulletproof stores of the 9 or the 8. 5 of them are bulletproof. This is non-bulletproof, am I correct?
Non-bulletproof.
Not bulletproof.
Not bulletproof.
Okay. I vote to approve.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny. There is a non-bulletproof store that has yet to open. I think we're adding just too many stores. We just added this other store here that's adding 2 stores within 12 months. And, sir, I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank
So,
you.
application's been denied.
What you're saying, Dave, about
All right, no one else needs a Spanish interpreter, correct? All right, thank you, sir. Yep. All right, we do have an item with community board presence. Number 18, Uno Nove OTTO Corp.
I'm going to pull number 17 as well. There's a disciplinary that is related to this location.
17 and 18.
Good morning. My name is not Terrence Flynn. He did it to me again. This matter was withdrawn
It was?
February 13th by letter to the authority. I do have a copy of it, Donald. If you need it.
Anton, West Village.
Sorry?
Canto.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a letter? Or do you need
Let me
it?
check,
So,
let me check our
so
records.
the change in method of
Apologize.
operation is withdrawn.
It's being withdrawn, yes.
And we still got the discipline.
18 is withdrawn.
17 is still there.
Okay.
So it's wrong.
All right.
Here for the cases also? Because, no, that was it?
Sorry.
Okay.
I know you love coming here on a rainy day. Well, you didn't have to do anything. It was withdrawn, so thanks for showing up.
So you
Um,
want to be
thanks
heard
for
on
coming.
17, though? The 17
Yes, well, I do.
I'm talking about.
it's disciplinary.
It's a
I don't-
disciplinary.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah,
typically
we're
do that.
going to, it's for extension of premises and failure to comply.
Those things might be,
What do you want to say?
I'm very little. It's an offer of compromise. I know nothing about it. But I'm hoping you accept it.
Is the licensee here?
Well, I see he's not here.
The offer is 4,500 for extension of premises and failure to comply. They have a separate dining room that is not licensed, that have.
Yeah, I mean, the photos that were submitted here, you have the extension on the outside of the building, then you have the planters, then you have the scooter. So as I looked at the photos, it was literally, I don't know, 2 feet of walking space to
Is
walk
that still
on,
being used?
to walk on.
This is the premises next door that is separately.
Right, but they have applied for an extension, Maureen?
It's a separate license,
It's a separate license now.
but they're not supposed to be operating like they're bringing all the
Oh,
food in there.
I see.
And it's very clear it's supposed to be, it's the same people, separate license, they're supposed to be operating independently.
Oh,
For the
interesting.
same address?
No, it's a different address.
It's a different address.
Because it's a different, well,
It's the little place next door.
Yeah.
The address is-
We had a SLA there too.
It's the little place next door
okay, what do you want
to it.
I'll go up with them.
Yeah.
Same address, but it's the eastern unit, it's tiny.
This is the, I was speaking about this earlier. This is the case where a very compassionate letter, a strong letter was written by one of the residents about how,
Maybe.
wasn't you? Okay. How the community has to live with the decisions that we make and pointed at how the neighborhood has changed and there's a loss of retail infrastructure, which really struck me, you know. The shops that we all need for a vibrant community, whether it's the shoemaker, the cleaners and all that stuff. And that the place is just saturated with licenses, you know, whether it's restaurants or bars. And that did strike me. We did have an investigator go out there and they found a dinner party in that space. And they appeared to be consuming alcohol in that space. And there was a waiter going back and forth from the premises to that space. I believe no application has been submitted yet regarding that space, and that the business should have been closed at 12, and it wasn't. So, with all that said, the offer here, I think, is too low, and I would go up to 7,500.
Mr. Maya?
7,500, he said.
He said 7,500? Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to gather a reference on.
Frank, can I have that email? Can I see that email if you happen to have
I
it?
forward to you right now.
The withdrawal, I don't see an application. Forward it to myself.
That didn't help me. Okay.
Don't go through myself.
I was looking for guidance on that. Okay. Yeah.
Frank, we then send it to Donna.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Here, I'll-
Yeah, it seems like there's another,
And he'll have my email
Um,
for. Just kidding.
I'll go 6,000.
All right, I'm gonna counter at 7,500.
I will relay that information to Mr. Flynn, who will relay to his attorney, his
All
client.
right, thank you.
Thank you. By the way, I do know this community board, and I have 2 other matters, so I thought I could also go. And I'm going back to the back of the line, just kidding.
Thank you. So you were at 6,000, Commissioner Mayo?
Yes.
Okay, that's 7,500. All right, so back is number 70C, El Paraiso, Urbano Cafe and Lounge LLC.
Just give us a second.
Okay. You want second call? You want to wait a few minutes?
He's coming.
Seventy C.
I apologize. Robert Romano. I'm here with Jose Benavides and his wife. Do you have a name for her? Hannah. And we're here for El Paraiso Urbano Cafe and Lounge. I believe we're here because the premise had a sordid history, to say the least, back in 2017, and an application was denied based on that 2017 prescription. A 2020 application as well that was turned down. Mr. Benavides has zero connection whatsoever with any of the previous licensees, and found the premise via a broker.
I think one of the issues here, Mr. Romano, is the fact that the village says that the proposal is to have, I believe, recorded music, live music and dancing, and that the village is telling us it's not zoned for that. It's not zoned for a nightclub.
That's news to us.
That's what I see in the file. The village of Patchogue says that live music and dancing, the zoning does not allow for that. Also,
Do you have that letter, sir?
No, I do not.
All right, we're gonna hold this over. You can look at the file and come back.
And
Okay.
also that look into the fact that the application is premature, as the applicant has not yet submitted nor applied for a site plan review, and accordingly has not secured approval from the village. The village also says it is saturated with licenses, so you might want to reach out to them and put it open.
Yep, if we could.
That's what everybody agrees.
If
All
we
right,
could.
I'm gonna give you more time. How is 6:25 or July 16?
6:25 is fine.
6:25.
25.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're okay with
Yes,
that?
625.
Okay.
All right.
All right, and I'll get a copy of.
Can you
I'll
send an
foil it.
email? Yeah, or, yeah, board info.
info.
Yeah, do board info.
Thanks.
Yeah. Next is number 14, MNL Liquor Corp.
Say again, sir.
14.
Francis Buscemi of Mailer and Buscemi for the applicant, M&L Liquor Corp. With me today is Frank Dotlabowski, Marion Orasco, and Nona Ehrman, the principals of the applicant. They're each 1/3 owners.
All right, so, hold on a second. All right.
Obviously, there's opposition here today.
All right, so we've heard this before. We took a break to go look at some of the allegations that was brought up by the protests. Thanks for everybody coming today. However, in the meantime, counsel for the applicant have submitted a letter suggesting that the location of the store is going to change. It's been changed, and it's increased in size to now 7,500 square feet. You're aware of that?
We are aware of that.
Okay, so,
It's within the same shopping center.
yeah, but,
The lease,
We obviously have comments on that.
the,
yep.
understanding the application was initially filed.
Yeah.
The application was initially filed in November of 2023. It was originally before the board in October 30th of 2024. And then due to these allegations that were made by opposition, the Liquor Authority conducted an investigation, which took another 6 months. Now that's culminated in January of 2025, this year, our initial landlord would not extend us any further time
Okay.
for the
So it's a
approval
different landlord in the same,
in the same shopping center.
In the same building.
It's a sub-landlord. This was the supermarket.
okay.
So, I mean, a year and a half, it's difficult to,
I get it.
have
but
landlords.
We also have a process here, so unfortunately, we can't. You're gonna have to submit a new application, so
We've waited a year and a half for this, Chair Fan.
Yeah, the members are ready to vote.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
I mean, you haven't heard this case yet. It's within the same shopping center.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we've
Different
heard it.
location.
May I speak?
No,
no,
sir,
it's
we
it's
have
a
the facts
process
before.
issue. We just don't do
It's-
that. We try to treat
It's a
everybody the
few
same,
units.
so.
I mean,
It's the same building, same address. It is the
Same
same.
building, same address.
I don't see that there's any leeway there.
We could have received a call on this. Everyone's called up here to be told this.
Yeah.
After we've waited a year and a half, I've asked for the reports concerning this investigation. It's taken us 6 months. If this didn't all take place,
Sir,
we would have been
No.
fine.
Mr. Buscemi, no, you said January of 2025, correct?
Yes, that's when it was
That was
terminated.
4 months ago. You had the opportunity to withdraw the application, submit a new application, and you'd be 4 months. So you,
We didn't have the new location at that point.
okay.
Okay, well, that's on you, so, all right.
You've certainly been doing this.
Can my client at least make a statement to the board? He's been up, this is the second time he's been up here. This thing's been put over like a half a dozen times.
Doesn't matter because the location doesn't
You'll
exist.
get his time to speak when he files a new application. When you, on his behalf, file a new application, I think you know how this works. You shouldn't have waited. You should have said, it's a new address, I gotta file a new application. You could have called us.
And wait another year?
No, you could have called us and said, what do I do here? And licensing would have told you, you need to file a new application. It's your choice not to do that all these people spent their time coming here today. So if you guys don't show
Yes, we
courtesy
did.
to each other, it's not my job. I can't manage all of you.
What about the,
I can't be the only one person who's thinking about what the rules are and what is the right thing to do. If you had called Max
well,
would
I
have told
think the
you
right thing to
anything
do
about it.
after a year and a half of waiting
No, I can't substitute it. That's just
would
not
be to
how it
review.
works. Our computer system.
Or
won't
at
even
least give
remember
us,
it.
what about expedited treatment concerning,
What distance do you want us to stop at?
excuse me?
What distance do you want us to stop at? You said it's not that far away, but what
It's
distance?
within the same shopping center.
It's the
still a
same
different
building.
location.
It's the same building,
Commissioner Daley.
5
But how
units
much bigger?
over.
I mean,
It's, the
Sir.
top floor is 3,800 square feet. The basement is the same
Yeah, the-
size, or 37, whatever it is.
37 and
Uh,
but
change.
your prior
the-
application was actually 3,500, and now
I-
you're going to 7,500.
It's not
So-
7,500. There's a
basically
basement that's
basements.
Unsellable
Sir,
space.
sir.
Not getting anywhere with.
What about the issue of the allegations that were brought up, Commissioner?
We don't need to address that.
But we could have voted for this half a
That's
year
what's
ago.
taken us.
That's not our fault.
It's just the fact.
That's
that
not
you-
mine either. So there's some
so-
sort of courtesy
So can we just
of
vote?
help us out.
And you-
What are we voting on?
We're voting. So Commissioner De Leon, you already casted a vote, but if you want to reaffirm it.
Wait,
Yeah, I don't think anybody heard me. I think a new application has to be filed, and therefore this one has to be
we
denied.
shouldn't vote.
For the reason we've
Commissioner
already
Mayor.
stated.
Wait, I don't understand why we're voting.
Can you go,
I'll
can
say
you
what,
take,
yes,
can you have an explanation?
yes.
All right, go ahead.
No, I,
Go ahead.
okay,
All right, yeah, let's go have.
yeah, I understand. Okay, yeah, we could talk.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief council conference with council.
Maureen, can you go share things?
And if we have to put in an application, it's 8 more months.
That's what I'm telling you. Who could you have this look at?
After a conference.
So I'll make a statement before I have to vote, if I have to vote. I have just met with council and with licensing. I am told that it cannot be an amended application. It either has to be withdrawn, or there has to be a new one, or I have to vote. But if I vote, sir, it's not a proper application. So I am asking you, as hard as this is for all the time, to withdraw the application, because otherwise I will have to vote, and I can't see this going forward. Would you like to talk
I
to your
understand.
client for 30 seconds?
Can I have a moment? Just a moment.
Yep.
Can we get 2 minutes?
Can we
5
have a
minutes?
second call?
Please.
Yeah, I'll go for a second call, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Just give me a few minutes.
Well, I can only vote, I will, I
And
vote for
I
a second call if
did-
you're asking for it, it's up to the commissioners.
I did put into full board 4 copies of the reports, which I did not receive. I even got a call from the people that handle that for you in your offices, and they said they'd look
You've
into.
heard my position, so you
If
know.
you're so concerned about the report, then you obviously know that something is not clean here. If you-
Not at all. There have been, how can you say that, Chair Fan?
No,
There have been
Mr.
allegations going on
You
Mr.
change
Buscemi.
the address on your
Buscemi.
location. I'm trying to not make a determination on
Okay,
whether
so
there
give
is
us a second
problem.
call, please.
May I ask if we submit a new,
Sir,
no, let me just speak.
What I can tell you
Can I
is
get
the latest
expedited?
No, there's no expediting. That's not how it works here. The latest we're calling here is September of '24 right now. So that's the wait.
Okay, so let's recall this and how much?
Yeah,
time
just
do
give
we
me,
need?
just the next case,
Okay.
by the next.
next is number 12, Stonewall Inn LLC.
Hi, everyone. Phil Dorn, attorney Pizetsky and Bookman, attorney for the Stonewall Inn LLC. This is a disciplinary matter that is before the members for a CNC with an offer of just a letter of warning. Just to give you some brief background on the facts. December 1st of 2023, the licensee received a notice of pleading with a charge for not having a valid health department permit. The licensee realized that during the pandemic, one of the principals went to the DOH and changed the mailing address. That mailing address was accidentally changed to Manhattan, Pennsylvania, instead of his hometown in Pennsylvania, and therefore was not receiving his renewal paperwork in the mail. Immediately upon receiving the charges on December 1st, just 3 days later, December 4th, he went to the DOH and paid and got a new valid Department of Health food service establishment permit. They now have a valid food service established permit. It was just a procedural error. They weren't receiving their renewals in the mail.
If my colleagues are ready, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I certainly thank you for your explanation, counsel. The licensee has a long history and an exemplary record. I will accept the letter of warning.
Commissioner Maya.
Letter of warning.
And Chair.
Letter of warning.
Thank you all.
I don't think they're ready. So,
Didn't expect to do that.
no. Next is 16, Plum Restaurant and Lounge LLC.
Thomas Burke from the law office of Stacy L. Weiss. With me is one of the applicants. Give your name for the record, please.
Tyrone Aaron's.
All right, so you were supposed to go to community board?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. So we had a conference, a conference with them, and she stated that she would have written a letter of endorsement.
When did you meet with the community board?
The first meeting was roughly about 60 days ago. The first meeting was roughly about 60 days ago, right after we had the last meeting here. And then the last meeting was 30 days ago.
Because we got something from them in February and it
Oh, she-
wasn't good.
So we have something, so we found it. I did have to add it late because it wasn't given to us, but it was given to licensing.
Oh, I don't have it in this folder.
So
Okay,
the
okay,
email is from
sorry.
April 17th, 2025.
Yeah, it's all about right.
From the community board.
And they,
They
I see
say
it,
they're
I
in
see it.
support of issuing
Sorry, I didn't see
the
that.
license.
All right. In support, okay, fine.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
They've been working,
All right.
they've been community board's been working with them since December 2020.
All right, so you are doing, what are your hours?
4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Thank you.
It's 2 a.m. across the board, or it's 1 a.m. for part of the week?
No, every day, 2 a.m., 7 days a week.
Okay.
So they had a lot of issues. I take it you've addressed them all, obviously.
Yeah,
made them-
we have.
They hired additional security guards to facilitate and expedite patrons leaving the venue quietly and respectfully. They've addressed sanitation concerns and sound concerns.
It's wonderful. That's good.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve, 2 a.m. across the board, recorded music with DJ. I'm going to say, no third-party promoters. Do you need private parties?
No private parties.
All right, no third-party promoters means essentially no ticketed events
Yeah.
and no like selling out the space for a promoter to run an event there.
Yeah.
No private parties, security guard as needed.
Commissioner Day, yeah,
2
Commissioner
a.m. across the
Leon
board.
I vote to approve with those conditions.
And Commissioner Maya.
I vote to approve with Sheriff Fan's conditions.
And if you need more hours, just come back maybe in a year.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Try to come back with community board support if you want longer hours.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it looks like MNL's ready. Yeah. So we're calling back 14 MNL Liquor Corp.
So this application is withdrawn by the applicant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Which means Commissioner De Leon's vote doesn't count.
Yeah.
Withdrawn. Okay. All right, so we do have an interpreter on the line. Are you the Punjabi interpreter, Samina?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, great. So I'm going to call the item that needs the Punjabi interpreter. That is number 40, the Bottle Shop Corp.
40.
40. The Bottle Shop Corp.
40. Okay, very good.
That. Are they here? Mr. Burke, you signed in for 40, didn't you? I have Bottle Shop Corp. Are you opposing it? Oh, okay. I think here's the applicant now.
Neil Trivedi, representing the Bottle Shop Corp.
Who needs the interpreter? Do you need the interpreter? Who requested the Punjabi
We
interpreter?
were going to use one, but it turns out that everyone does speak English. I was given the wrong information.
The opposition requested it, but apparently he says they don't need it.
Can you guys not do that? It's a waste of state resource when you ask us to bring in an interpreter who we have to pay to do what? To cut the whole line? I mean, this is
No, that wasn't the
unreasonable.
reason at all, please. I was told when they retained me that not everyone spoke good English and perhaps they could have a Punjabi interpreter. I sent an email to Mr. Roper graciously.
What do you want to do?
provided
We
one.
have an interpreter,
Now
they
I'm
don't want to
told
use it.
that, everyone seems to be able to get along in
Yeah.
English.
All right, do you guys need an interpreter? Can each person say yes or no?
I don't need it.
None of you need it? All right, let the interpreter go.
All right, Samina, I apologize for you
Okay,
having
but
to
I was
come on.
told, I was told for 1 hour, like 12:25 to 1:25.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you for attending, but the people that requested the interpretation do not need it at this point. So we don't need your services, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Should we go on?
Yep, go ahead.
So This is for an application for a liquor
Or did you
store.
actually put your, I'm sorry, yeah, did you put your name on the record? Yeah, just, I'm sorry, start over. Go ahead, put your name.
Give me the address and everything, then I'll step
Yeah,
aside.
start over, go ahead. Yep, I'm sorry.
All right, again, Neil Trivedi for the applicant, The Bottle Shop Corp., looking for a liquor store at 23312 Hillside Avenue, Queens Village. All right, so we do have an opposition.
Thomas Burke from the law office of Stacy L. Weiss, and we're here in opposition to a package store in Queens Village. I represent 4 of the stores in opposition, 5 of the stores in opposition, the 4 closest stores and the 7th closest stores. With me are Rogers Wine, RAJ''S Wine, LAJ Wine, Justin Development, Inc., Bossy Enterprises, Inc., and the 7th closest store, which is Lucky Star Liquor and Wine. Would you like these gentlemen to put their names on the record, please? Yeah, okay. Come up, just give them your names and your company.
My name is Amrik Singh from Bossy Enterprises, Inc., 21436 Hillside Avenue, Queens Village, New York, 11427.
Next.
Good morning, my name is Long King. I'm the owner of Just Wing Development, DBA Just Wing Wine Shop of Oakland Gardens, which is 0.8 miles away from the
Okay, that's
proposed store.
wait.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jagtar Singh and I'm calling from LAJ Wine Liquor. My address 218-46 Hillside Avenue.
Who's next? Okay.
My name is Simranjit Singh from Lucky Star Liquor and Wine.
Fine, okay. All right, so there are currently 8 liquor stores operating within a mile of this applicant's proposed location. The population of the county of Queens, in which it is in, has only increased by 1.9% in population in the past 12 years. The population of the community of the proposed store has increased only by 4% in the past 13 years, and the projected population for 2025 by the Census Bureau's American Community Survey is only 0.9%. 3 of the reporting stores show sales trending downward, 3 stores trending upward, and 2 did not report their sales. The increases in sales for the 3 stores that are trending upward are all projected to be less than $30,000, which probably wouldn't cover their increase in expenses. The applicants make reference to a new residential development in the area, the Creedmoor Community Master Plan. This plan was proposed by the governor in 2023. However, since then, there has been no groundbreaking, financing has not been established, and there is a significant amount of opposition to this project from the local community board, from members of the state senate, members of the assembly, and members of the city council. So this residential development remains simply a projection.
I did read that. I was looking now to see if we had gotten anything actually from an official. I don't see anything.
Nothing. There's been really no change. I mean.
No, I'm saying, did you get like a letter from an official saying that? Or do we have anything in the file from an official? Or
No, just from my research that I found, there's been no further progress.
That's fine.
Okay. I've been told by the members of the opposition that the board rejected a liquor store application in this area at 222-17 Braddock Avenue within the past year or 2. The applicant in this case has no prior experience, either of the applicants have no prior experience in retail sales of wine and liquor, and the applicant's store will be a smaller space than the 4 closest stores and cannot possibly offer the same variety of product to its customers. My clients would like to speak. Speak?
Yes. Good afternoon, my name is Amrik Singh. I'm from Bossy Enterprises, Inc., 21436 Hillside Avenue. We found 11 years in this location.
What's the name of your store, sir? I'm sorry.
Bossy Enterprises.
Oh, Bossy, okay.
21436 Hillside Avenue.
I've got you.
And from like 2024, we declining the sale from 20, 21, 24, 23. Right now we have like $30,000 to $35,000 sale, and we have it like a rent is increased like $4,500. We pay the salary, and if we have another store 0.4 miles on 218th Street,
And if the store is going to open, this is going to kick our sale, then we have to out of business because we're losing the money all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who wants to speak? Anybody want to speak? Would you like to speak? Okay, I believe we're finished.
Thank you. Prior to coming here on behalf of the applicant, I've submitted a statement to the Liquor Authority providing explanations and reason why it would be in the best interest of the community to approve this applicant's store, new store at 23312 Hillside Avenue. I personally visited all of these 4 stores, and I'm familiar with the area. The one that the gentleman was saying, the Bossy, it's a bulletproof location, which is only 4 blocks away from the.
Excuse me?
Yes.
That's not a bulletproof store.
No. Okay.
It's not a bulletproof.
I did actually go in there. The counter was covered, as well as there was a gentleman that was sitting behind the bulletproof. And so when you walk in, you have a counter on the right side that was bulletproof. And then there is an area that there was a gentleman sitting inside of it.
Product behind them. Customers have access to all of the products.
Okay, that's not considered bulletproof storage, so let's
Okay.
not change the facts here.
All right. So that's one. The other location that they were talking about, the Braddock Avenue, that last year, maybe there was an application, that was on 222nd, 17 Braddock Avenue. The location that we are applying for is on a Hillside Avenue. As you may know, that there's a Union Turnpike, Hillside Avenue, and Jericho or Jamaica Avenue. So these are 3 major artery of roads that are in Queens. Mr. Patel is the president of the Bottle Shop Corp. He's also the member of the LLC that owns the property. So he actually bought the property for just the purpose of hoping to have a liquor store at that location. He has invested interest in the success of the business and the operation of this property. He's planning to spend money in renovating the location, which he's already done. I've submitted pictures of the inside renovation. He's already borrowed money from his father, plus his own personal investment. Mr. Patel is also the owner of 2 adjacent property that are on the same block. There are a total of 5 to 6 stores, and now he owns this 3rd property. So obviously, he has more vested interest in that area. In addition to residing within the few minutes of the location, he's been in that neighborhood for the last 30 years. He knows what works and how the community has changed over the years. A retail store is a typical liquor store that these gentlemen have. I've visited their location. It's basically a carpet with a light on the top and a counter. There's nothing new, nothing modern about the location. There's no energy of any energy or vibrant feel when you enter into this liquor store.
What does your client project to have as gross revenues? What are his projections? Does he have any?
Well, let me have him ask, do you have any feel of any projections on the sales of the liquors?
At least $1 million. Okay, now, I want to ask you why, and I'm making what I find to be a strange observation in this radius of stores. The highest grossing store is about $480,000, let's say. There's no $1 million stores. I find that striking. Usually we find 1 or 2.
So
So what's your explanation for that?
I think these numbers are misrepresentative.
Excuse me?
I think these numbers are misrepresentative. One of the gentlemen, we actually owned the building that the store at Lucky Star Online, we actually owned the building. He was our tenant, paying over $8,000 in rent. And we sold the building to him for $3.2 million. Now, the math doesn't add up to me.
When you're saying that you're making $467,000 on that Lucky Star, and you're paying $899,000 in rent, and you're buying a property for $3.2 million, the mathematics don't make sense.
I'll take your point, but my question is, I'm finding, is this demographic in this area? It just,
Well, the most,
The numbers on every store are approximately the same and they're very low
because
on
they're
all of them.
controlled. Obviously, they're controlled in some aspect, right?
Ah. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
They're controlled. And of course, if you look at any of these stores, I mean, they're not modern, they're not up to keep on it. Mr. Patel has already renovated the premises. He's already living in that area. He's lived in there for the last 30 years. He owns the property. He owns 2 adjacent property next door. So obviously, he's more vested in the making sure that the community that he lives and resides also does well. The population.
Who's gonna run the store?
Mr. Patel.
So you own all these buildings, but you're gonna run the liquor store?
Correct. Owning a building is not like a full-time job.
With regard to Queens Village, the population in 2022 was 193,000. Population in 2023 is estimated, or this is what the number I was told was $205,000. So it obviously it has increased. The premises has also been rezoned in December of 2025 to add additional second and third floor to the premises. It's also in the walking distance of Country Point Center, which is a community-based community, which has 2 family homes where there are hundreds of residents living in there. This premises is on the corner of Winchester Boulevard and Hillside Avenue. It's also the walking distance from Creedmoor development that was mentioned, which is again, they're projecting to have 2,000 units at the location. If you look at the survey of the 4 closest location, one of the store, which again, we kind of said that it was bulletproof, which is not now, but the numbers, if you look at 214 Hillside Avenue, the numbers are all even. That's not possible. To have all these numbers are an even number. Raj Wine and Liquor is on Braddock Avenue. Their sales are increasing. Then you have another store on 218, which is only 4 blocks away from the 214 store. From 218 to 251st Street, there are no liquor store on Hillside Avenue. That's where my client's application is right in the middle of it.
It's fair for your client to want to go into, he's obviously a successful business person.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes.
It's fair for him to want to go into any business, whether it's selling liquor, buying real estate, whatever it is. My question is.
Yes.
We've got a lot of stores in close proximity to one another. Now, when you look on the map, there is some spreading, but not by much. It's not a long walk or drive for anybody to buy from any one of these stores. He owns a lot of real estate. He could put almost any business in that space. Does it have to be another liquor store in this neighborhood? So many liquor stores already.
Well, let me have him say what he would do differently than what he has already seen in other stores. I mean, why don't you tell him?
Why the liquor stores?
On the west side of the Cross Island Parkway.
You've never owned another liquor store, right? You have no.
But he does have beer and wine, yes.
You have beer and wine.
Yes.
Oh, you have a grow.
In, one in Massachusetts, one in Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Because he went to Northeastern from being here.
I'm a civil engineer by, I guess, my degree.
Okay.
West side of the Cross Island Parkway, going towards Hillside Avenue, going towards 233rd. Nobody beyond the 251 to going west has access to a nice liquor store. The first ones that come up are 214 and 218. By no means are they nice. They're not welcoming. I can see why numbers aren't going where they should be going. Everybody's complaining about lower sales. Nobody's saying, what can I do to counter these lower sales? You have to come up with the times, change with the times. Everybody needs, customers like convenience, customers like ease of access. Set up a website so that they can see all your products. Set up a website so they can order your product and pick it up on their way home. Advance ordering. Put a kiosk in the store that shows them everything that you're carrying, and they can pick right from the kiosk what they want to order. These are newer, it's a newer generation, that will feed business to this business because it's going along with the times, with, adapting with the technology, and you have to bring these aspects into the business. If you're just gonna say,
I see a photo in your submission, but it looks like, what is that? It looks like a bar. It almost looks like a bar.
the counter?
What is that?
Oh,
That's
the
just
bar,
like-
that's what it used to be.
Oh, okay.
They used to
There are
already had a
pictures.
liquor license for
All
a
right.
bar,
So I
which they
wasn't sure
bought
if
it, and what I've submitted to these pictures, I don't know if you have seen them, which I
Okay.
made a submission last week. These are the new look of it.
Okay, I did not see that photo.
May I?
Okay, thank you.
So
All right.
you have to make customers feel welcome. You have
All
to
right.
give
So
them an
basically, you
inviting.
want to come into the area that apparently needs a new quarterback, and you're going to try to run up some numbers here.
They guaranteed will.
Okay.
Even the 45 Jamaica Avenue location has an increase in sales. As my opposition said, the 3 locations were already increasing sales, 3 were somewhat stagnant. And what they're saying about 8 locations within a mile, it's not 8 locations, it's 8 locations within 2 miles. Some of them were further away than 1.8, 1.7. But you have to take into consideration that some of them are on Union Turnpike, one on Hillside Avenue, and then you have Jamaica Avenue.
They're all
These are
different
very
traffic
traffic
The
areas.
gentleman in the back wants to speak.
Yes.
Everybody's on the payroll, what they do.
The gentleman said,
Are you Bassi, BASSI?
Excuse me.
Is that your place?
sir,
His place is BASSI, right? Okay, Bassi, okay. You know your numbers,
Yes, yes.
you know your numbers are beautifully round.
No, because if they need, we can show the tax return or whatever we should
Okay,
have there.
okay.
But the gentleman saying, there's a bulletproof, there's no bulletproof, when you can tell, we have the wide open because of
No,
the
no, no, we're
COVID,
not
we just put the
counting
glass.
I'm not taking that.
Yeah, and they just say, because the sales, if they need a proof, we can bring the tax return, we can submit the tax returns.
What is the gentleman,
Actually, my name is Yogi Singh. I'm from Raj's Wine and Liquor.
which one?
Raj's Wine and Liquor.
AJ Lodge.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Raj. Yes.
RJ, you're the closest.
Yes, closer. We are only like a 3, 4, 5 blocks away from there. And they're just building, they're buying, they're builders, they buy buildings, and they build a liquor store and they sell it. That's what they do. So that's what they do him too, It's the same thing that he's talking about. But my sale is going down, rent is increasing, everything. So I don't think you need another liquor store in there.
I looked at your numbers for 2023. You gave us up to August 31st, 2024, $386,272. I multiplied that number by 8. I divided it by 8, multiplied by 14, and you should make $675,976 in 2024, an increase. I'll say it for the 100th time. This is not a perfect science. These are gross numbers. I get all that. And this is only something that I do so that I feel that I'm not being totally arbitrary in this. So your numbers, as far as I see, actually would have gone up in 2024 as opposed to 2023. My bigger concern is all of these liquor stores, not too far from one another. And again, you have every right to pursue any business that you want. You obviously have a talent for business and real estate, and you could do anything with this space. Does it really have to be a liquor store?
So we've owned adjacent property on that block for so many years. We were always waiting. It was always in the back of my head. We need a liquor store here because the community needs ease of access. Going to Braddock is not, from Hillside Avenue going back to Braddock.
I don't know that they need, because like I said, you have
needs a liquor store.
But for
you have a lot of
public
stores
convenience, it would be
in
nice.
close proximity.
Yeah, parking is easy. So the purpose of us purchasing that building was solely to put in a liquor store, because I've seen that need for so many years.
This gentleman is not going to work on the store. He bought the building. He will prepare the store. He will sell it to somebody.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes,
He doesn't,
yes.
he does not work on the store.
We don't know.
Yes, we're aware, we're aware,
We know.
we're aware.
All right, now, council's assertion that the 8 stores are within 2 miles is confronted by your proximity report, which says 8 stores within 1.07 miles.
Yep.
No
All right,
million.
I think we're
Those are
ready.
these allegations
All
about.
right, go ahead.
So I think the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Close call. As I pointed out to the gentleman from Raj, his numbers I predicted to go up in 2024. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stores gave us numbers. 2, we didn't get, I didn't get a sufficient response, nothing from 2024, and 1 no response. So I actually got numbers from 6. Out of those 6, 5 were projected to do an increase in 2024 over 2023. As I look on the map, I see Lucky and Jericho and Just Win are on the other side of the Cross Island Expressway, it looks like, or the Grand Central and the Cross Bronx. This proposed store is somewhat in the middle, a little isolated from the others. You know, we can extend this public convenience and advantage argument infinitum. You know, I could say it's more convenient for me to tap Maureen here than it is to tap Donald. It really, it's kind of a different distinction without a difference. It's a 1,180 square feet of retail. I'm thinking out loud. That's why I'm taking my time and trying to come to a decision. So I see it as having greater retail space than any of the other stores. All right. I'm going to vote to approve.
Okay.
You know, you have a right to pursue whatever business you want to. I think the numbers justify it. And as I see on the map, there is a space there. You know, you can make the argument that it's in the public's interest, public convenience and advantage in terms of location, minimal at best. I kind of wish you would pursue something else, but I can't tell you to do that. So I vote to approve.
Commissioner Mann.
Okay, when I look at this, I see low, I believe this entire area has low numbers. And I'm not going to say it's because of the way the numbers are reported or the way there's management. But what I'm impressed with today, sir, is, and I saw an earlier gentleman who I'm going to mention, Mr. Zhang. I see 2 good managers. It seems like this area needs a good manager, and you seem to be it. I find you to have integrity in your answers. I think you're going to be bringing new blood there. Maybe this area needs a shakeup, and I hope you hit 7 figures. So I'm voting for you.
Thank you.
Chair.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, we're going to go on a 10-minute break.
Yep, brief recess. We'll be back shortly. You can sign in for 16.
Yeah.
But he didn't even sign in for it.
And I got here early. Let me see if I can find out where we are. Couldn't be run worse.
Yeah, just refill it. We don't get out of
Yeah, just a second. See the size of it. So, you know, listen, if I send them a request for consideration and they let me come here, they must have seen something in that fucking request for consideration that made them bring me here. Why not tell me that my request, they have to look at it. Why don't they say that no, there's nothing to do. Why do they make me come? I mean, I made it over $50. Yeah, that was it. I didn't mention the second one. Oh, no, I didn't mention the next one. Yeah, I mentioned it today. I mentioned 57,000. Yeah, 57,000. You could have said that. You could have said that. His idea, 3 buildings there. So listen, so then the guy said, yeah, they had no money. They sent me a check. So I got how much? And 15, I got a check. So what did I get? Get 5,000. Yeah, it's like fucking. No, they wouldn't. They insisted on telling me. I told them. I told them to tell me. Not getting it. They're gonna disapprove. Right. They're gonna disapprove, and we're gonna have to go for the board. It's gonna be 6 months. You're not gonna be able to have a price for this. Someone has to. Wait.
Jesus Christ, Donald, there are like 200 in here. It's like 300 of these non-calendar items. How backlogged were we?
We were pretty backlogged, but it's spoke to Paula and Hillary, just like, okay, here you go.
It's good.
So,
Good for them.
but it all had to do with leave and then trying.
Yeah, but we cleared up a queue, right? Like now, these are all things that.
Yeah, and then we had Hillary who was new and he didn't really understand things, so.
Right,
now
but these are not ones like. There's no one that ended up being on SAPPHIRE because of this, right?
I don't know. I mean, not that I'm aware of.
I don't know how far back this goes. Let me look. No, these are 24. I mean, it's not that bad. They just sent me 300 non-calendar items. Who knew? $1,000 a pop, $300,000 coming to the state. Sure, I'll click on it. I'll keep clicking on it.
Which one? Yeah, I have it.
It's 68. Hey, Shannon.
You need me to get up?
Right here.
About the same name? I thought you can have the same name. You cannot? So wait, could you or could you not? Appellate division?
No. Internal SLA, divisional order. It's like.
And you can't have the same, the liquor store, you can't be the same name as another liquor store? But then there's other law that allows it.
Well, there's other state law. This is not
Okay, so what do we
and it's
follow?
not a law.
Okay.
Divisional order. It's
Okay.
rules and guidance.
Okay. Yeah.
But I have
What? Yes.
So that's another problem. So, yeah.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is number 39, Joseph Dreamberger, CH Inc.
Oh, look, today?
Thomas Burke again from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. This is an application for an eating place beer license.
39.
The applicant has been in business without alcohol. When is it, so January what?
January like 18th?
January 18th. They're operating on a temp. So the applicant went to the community board meeting. The community board members voted unanimously in favor of approval, but then realized that they didn't have a quorum. He came back to the next meeting, a vote was taken again, and the vote was split evenly. And they consider an even split to be a vote against. Now, we just checked today, we checked noise calls, 311 calls since January the 1st. There's only been one, and it's not for his business. It's for the business next door. So we're really confused about the 7-1 precinct and the fire department objecting.
That's all we got, but there's community testimony, opposition from the 71st precinct, the FDNY, but there are no specifics.
No, and it's an eating place beer. That's why I'm confused. What could they possibly do to make trouble?
All right, so, but you're aware of what happened at the community board, right?
Bless you. No, I wasn't at the community board meeting. Bless you.
That's less. Yeah.
What, today, just now?
I believe the community disapproval was one person. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So is it a February meeting that you went to, February 24?
Something around there makes sense, yeah. I mean, this was all last year, so it's quite a bit ago.
Our understanding is that at the community board, there were a lot of neighbors that were asking to deny because they worried about underage drinking. That there's a lot of noise and substance abuse in the back of the store until 2 a.m. Basically 1 mile. And basically the sergeant from the precinct, and that was when they were without alcohol. And they're saying that they wanted to hold the neighbors from noise and music.
Did you visit the local precinct, the 71st
Yeah.
precinct?
I've spoken to everyone. Do you want context, maybe?
I actually going through an email that I just got a chance to
Neighbors
read.
from the other side are saying that alcohol was being served on the second floor. And the noise is going until 2 a.m. And that's why this was denied. So, slightly different from what you said, sir.
Yes.
We would have 7 yes, 7 no, and 15 people that abstained. So also slightly different from what you said.
I said the board was split, didn't I?
Right, but there are also 15 people who chose not to.
Well, they chose not to vote. We can't consider them.
But the precinct and the fire department and the community are all sort of saying no to this, which I had questions.
That's why we got extra reports, and then this is what we have.
So we have 5 applicants, one of them is a corporation. Is that correct? Are you gonna be the gentleman running the place?
Yeah. But I mean, the corporation, I don't know exactly how the application is
I
structured.
saw like 5 names and one of them was an LLC.
I think it should be 4 names and that probably the LLC is Joseph Dreamberger CH, right?
Or Family Burger Inc.
Oh.
Stockholder owning 100 shares.
Big amount. So that's a subsidy that like I own it through.
And what's going on the second floor?
It's just eating, just like a place for people to sit and eat. I mean, I can share a little bit of context if that's fine.
Right, go ahead, why don't you run?
So we opened up and we're on the busiest street in the neighborhood. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Crown Heights, but it's Kingston Avenue is probably majority of the stores, 90% of all stores are on there. So we had this one neighbor right next to us that actually lives on the street. There's like, I think 4 or 5 houses on an entire strip of like 9 blocks, and they're one of them. Prior to us there was like a real estate firm and then a restaurant for a little bit. And when we came in, they were like all upset and angry that we were going to be open till a little later than they wanted. They wanted us to close our doors by 7 o'clock. They're like, we want to go to sleep. We went through, hell to make them happy. Really just try to give them everything that we can. As we opened up, we went to, of course, file for the beer and wine license. The beer and sprites, I think it's called. They found out about it. They would get super angry. They're like, oh, you're going to start selling underage alcohol. I'm like, no, check everybody's ID, etc. We went through it.
So are you essentially telling us that the problem is one
neighbor, a single neighbor? So then they.
And Mr. Burke, do we have any other call records or anything like that?
Just from 311, from the beginning of the year, I looked at it today, we looked at it together. There's one noise complaint sent in 6 months almost, and it's for the store next door to his. It was at 10:40 a.m. He's not open at 10:40 a.m., but there's a bagel store right next door. So the noise was probably emanating from them. They opened early to make bagels. And I don't know where the fire department complaints come from.
So when we.
Definitely multiple people spoke at the community board, right? It wasn't just
one person. Only one person spoke against. I spoke at the community board prior. They voted yes. I spoke at the community board prior. They all voted yes. They then looked at it. They're like, we don't have quorum, so we're gonna have to do this again. So I asked them, should I come back? They said, no, you spoke already. We're not gonna make you sit here for another 4.5 hours. So I said, okay, thank you. I didn't come back, and then the neighbor ended up speaking. And even with all of that, both the president and the deputy president of that board voted with us. And then a lot of people within the community, part of the Jewish community, says we don't really want to get in between two, because it's another Jewish neighbor. We don't want to get in between it, so they abstained. In terms of the police and the fire department, I can add in EPA has come there. I can add in that every single department that this person could have called in us. I've sat down with the commissioner of the 71st Precinct, Officer Smith, and his deputy. We went through it. I tried to explain to him. He came to our store. He was like, this is what they're complaining about. I said, yeah. He's like, okay, let's keep to like baseline. This is not go above. I said, it won't ever go above.
Can you get us anything from the police department? Give us some comments.
You know how difficult that is.
But I ask him. But maybe community affairs might be able.
You have a talk to the community affairs officer? There's a cop that's designated community affairs.
Yeah, so we've spoken to him. So I mean, from this point, they were like, they called, for the first 6 months we were open, he called literally every night. For the first month they came, they stopped coming. Even I spoke to the officers.
So your focus is, I got a problem with one person. And I think it also looks to us like other people spoke at the community board meeting.
You weren't at the second meeting.
I wasn't at the second meeting, but I did.
But you don't know
I did
who
ask,
spoke.
and only one person spoke. No, I know for a fact. There's only him.
Who did you ask?
Someone on the community
Well,
board.
there's a video of it somewhere, so you can probably get access to that.
Yeah, I believe it's on YouTube, right?
Brooklyn Community Board 9 on YouTube.
I mean, I know it's probably hard to say, but it's possible to pull it up now. And
I mean,
I mean, we can adjourn it and you can go look at it and come back with more information. It's hard to, we have been writing that the police and the fire department are not supporting it. So,
It's one person.
And there have been no SLA violations. They've been operating for a while under a temp without any violation. He never actually got a summons from the police or the fire
No,
department.
Nothing. And we've been in good standing, I believe, with the temp. It's not like we're selling millions of bottles. It's like you come for a burger, you grab a beer. I just checked the numbers. It was 4 beers a day.
4 beers a day?
Apparently multiple people spoke at the community board. So I would go back and review it and see who, what the issues are, because
I did watch the video. Like I have seen that
It's not
video.
one person, and so you just said it was one person, which is now you're saying that's not true.
No, I'm saying that the video, the person who came up and spoke was only one person. And
My vote would be to give you time to gather some information. I think the community officer will speak to you.
Yeah, he will. He will.
They might not print out a whole log for you, but.
Right, he will.
Make some representation. Fire department is a concern too, because I'm big.
Yeah, I can't imagine what he did wrong for the fire department.
they just called. They've come here literally, they came twice and we've spoken to the fire department. They actually sent someone from Queens to Brooklyn, and the fire department got really pissed off at the neighbor. They're like, what the heck are you calling us for? Like, we're not here to get into, but they were fine with it. They called and basically said that we had 150 people in our store, and the fire department came in and he was like, let me see your videos, showed him it, and he's like, what? So then I said, like, I have a neighbor, a disgruntled neighbor who really doesn't like us.
No, I get it. I get that part of it, but on paper, what we have.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to substantiate. You were trying to prove a negative.
Watch the community board meeting, right?
I should.
Watch
I should.
You can come back and see if you can argue against it. 6-4, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon
6-4. 6-4.
and Commissioner Mayor, you're okay with that?
6-4.
Next is 28-107 Wine and Spirits Corp.
I'm sorry, which one did you call?
Good afternoon, Robert Swetnick for the applicant. This is really just a replacement. At this very location, there was a license named Trejo Liquors. She had some difficulties, had to go to Dominican Republic last year, apparently surrendered her license. The place was vacant. My client found out about it, put in his application.
All right, include opposition? Support?
No, support. Support? Okay, because we have a lot of support for it. I would note that.
Everybody's support? There's no opposition?
No. There was support from only 3 residents. Where's everybody from?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, who's all the people?
Yeah, there's a lot
Who's
of
standing in
people.
the back there? Are you guys protesting or are you supporting?
Support.
Support. Who are all these people?
From the neighbors?
From the neighbor.
These are your friends?
No.
Can I speak?
Hold on.
No, let us just get organized here. So there's one protest. Did the
There's one
protest-
that was sent in, correct.
Okay, and they're not here today?
They're not here.
Okay, all right.
All right, so in addition to, as I indicated, this is really a replacement license, I would note that the 6 closest stores are all on a different avenue. 5 of them are on Broadway, 1 of them is on Columbus, and this store is on Amsterdam. So even though because of this neighborhood, they're all just a few blocks apart, none of them are on Amsterdam Avenue.
Okay.
The numbers of the closest stores are increasing dramatically. I think that's possibly because of Trejo closing, but that for the closest store, the sales went up 79% last year. That's EZWS. And for Martin Brothers, they went up 6%, and for Mid-Valley, 28%. I'd also note that there are several new buildings in the area at 145 West 108, 141 West 108, and 952 Columbus.
It expired. It's expired in 2023, 10/31/2023.
Is there a question?
No, just determining when the previous location.
Okay. So basically, again, since this is a replacement store, from what the landlord has indicated to us, it was a fairly successful store, but she had a personal, I don't know, called tragedy issue in her family where she had to basically surrender her license and she just left the country. And I believe she left immediately and it was her daughter who ended up surrendering it a few months later. Unless you have questions, that's all. And then the support, I don't know who they are, but I guess they're community people.
The gentleman in the back would like to speak, I think.
So I don't know, do you,
step
first,
up, sir.
are there any questions from me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I have no question.
Everybody lives in the neighborhood?
Hi, can I speak?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Freddie Vega. I've been in the neighborhood 60 years. I went to school up the block, confirmation communion, married at the same church. That location always been a liquor store.
Yeah.
Through the years, 40 years, I think it's very convenient for the community for simple reason. The closest liquor store we have is at 96 in Broadway. And then the other one we have is on 125th. And then the neighborhood is upgrading extremely big. And I think it's very convenient having that liquor store there once again. It's been there like close to 60 years. I'm 62. And the neighborhood has upgraded. Like I said, we have Columbia University up the block, a lot of those students. They loved the liquor store back then when they were the previous owners. So I truly believe by upgrading that store, they'll love it even more and the whole entire community.
Thank you.
Yeah, all the stores are on Broadway. He would be the only.
Only one, there's one on Columbus.
There's one on Columbus.
Right. He's the only one on Amsterdam.
And the one on Amsterdam is what, 104th, 103rd? And this one's gonna be.
This one, ours.
Anybody else have anything to say?
I can say is that I've been living in the neighborhood for about 45 years. Next to that place, they have a barbershop, which I go there every other week. Every time I go to the barbershop, I grab a bottle of wine and then I just go back home and drink it with my family, my wife. So it's convenience for me because once I go get a haircut, I just grab something and go back home. It's very convenient for me, and I guess also for other people in the neighborhood.
And I'll just say.
You know the applicant?
No.
You don't know the applicant at all?
No,
Does anybody know the applicant?
I don't know. I spoke to him by seeing him getting haircuts at the barber shop. You know,
I don't
going
understand
to
how
the
you guys
restaurant
got
right
here.
quick.
They don't know who you are and like,
No, they said sign on the door, but I go to the barber shop every other week.
you saw the sign on the door and decided to come here?
Excuse me?
No, you saw the sign on the door?
No, it said posting there.
No, that's pretty cool.
And I'll say for.
I've never had anyone come in and say,
Yeah, see that? And I'll say just so for the record, Mr. Zapata, the way I know him is that his wife worked for me many years ago. And then after me, she worked for my brother for a while, so I know the family.
Okay, but you're not invested in the store, right?
I'm not investing in this. No, maybe I should, but I'm saying that, you know, I think he's a very good worker. He works for an electrical company, but he's not an electrician. So he wants to basically be independent entrepreneur, and he's a worker now, and.
He's not local 3?
No. If he was, he wouldn't be here. But I mean, so you know, I can just vouch for his family and why he's doing it, because he's, you know, got a family and he wants to have his own business.
Well, he says he's gonna continue that employment as a
Well-
mechanic, but he's also gonna hire a manager.
Right, and I think he hasn't told his employer yet what he wants to do because of the jobs they have. A lot of them are at night and on weekends, that they don't interrupt the businesses. So he wants to try to be able to keep, I'll say, a foot in both places and know he's got his money coming in. But if need be, or when the store gets successful, he's going to work just full-time at the store.
The members ready to vote?
I'm okay if everybody else is.
All right. Commissioner De Leon?
Certainly impressive that you would come on a notice just to support a little, without even
They
knowing.
want their outlet.
Without even knowing the applicant. The numbers, yeah. 3 out of 6 up, 2 down, one that I can't make anything out of. It's a smaller store than the other ones, and it is located pretty much by itself on Amsterdam Avenue. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. The community members have spoken, they want a store there, so they're going to get a store there. It's that simple. Thank you. I
Okay,
vote
thank
to
you.
approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a pleasant evening.
Okay, you too.
Next is 67, Jacaranda Club LLC.
I know.
No, I know, it's hard to do.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Bing from Greenberg Traurig with me.
This is number?
67.
67.
With me is Jack Riffenbach, who is the general counsel for the respondent. We understand that the ALJ sustained the 2 charges at issue here, but we would respectfully submit that no prostitution or credible solicitation of prostitution occurred at this establishment on either January 4, 2024 or February 10, 2024. The prices allegedly offered by the entertainers were the standard prices of the private room. It did not involve the solicitation of sex. And despite both entertainers' alleged statements, the undercover officers that they needed to talk to club staff before proceeding with the private room, the officers left the establishment before one of the multiple managers, hosts, security, auditors, or house moms would have told them that prostitution does not take place at this establishment. Further, the respondent has engaged in sustained and substantial efforts to prevent any misconduct from occurring at this establishment, which are in the testimony. I'm not going to repeat them here. They're all in the controversial statement that has been submitted to you. But I did want to point out that one that shows no bad act could have ever occurred on the site. There's a multi-step process for a private room rental that includes a written lease for the private room that is both signed and acknowledged with a thumbprint by the patron, the submission of an ID and credit card by the patron, a signed receipt by the patron for the transaction that is executed on camera, and multiple staff entering on multiple occasions a private room which has no locks and is absolutely not private. This is not an environment for bad acts to occur.
Did you litigate this?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so you brought all these facts out at the hearing?
Yes, sir.
And the ALJ heard the testimony, adjudged credibility, made a finding, and sustained the charges.
She did, sir.
Right, so this is not the forum where we revisit the facts because this item went to hearing, so we're only really here for penalty because the verdict has already been decided by the ALJ, and we've all read the hearing report, these facts are disturbing and unacceptable. I'm going to vote revoke and bond, name stop, location stop. There will be a 2-year prescription on the location.
Commissioner De Leon.
I second that vote, revoke and bond, 2-year prohibition.
Commissioner.
And name stop, name stop on all the licensing.
And
No, not 24, 60.
Sure.
67.
All right, Commissioner Maya.
Revoke and bond on the same terms.
Correct.
We'll have an opportunity to speak.
They've already voted, so.
Yeah, there's no speaking here because you guys went to hearing. You could have testified at the hearing. That was the place.
This is our final determination, right?
Yeah.
Can I provide additional information about what's happened since then?
No, because this went to hearing.
Is an Article 78.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead and pull all these up. 32, 33, 34, and 35.
Oh.
Because it's the same principal and attorney.
Okay.
But 32 is ER Hotpot 8th Street, Inc.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
32, 33, 34, and 35.
Good afternoon,
Taking around
Francis
so long.
Buscemi, mailer in Buscemi.
I've been
I'm sorry.
traveling around the
Just
city
which
with
number
this
are we at?
stack.
You can just, so 32 is the first one called, but go ahead and pull
Okay.
32 through 35.
I remember our conversation last time.
Right.
I hope
And-
we have a better one.
Well, a written statement was actually submitted. You have a copy of the written statement. The permit had expired on March 11th of 2024. In April, on April 18th, my office did send out via Federal Express a renewal of the temporary application for an additional 3 months.
Okay.
It did arrive at the Liquor Authority on April 19th. Apparently, that just was lost and never processed. So the check was not negotiated. We checked on the check. The check was not negotiated. The extension was not issued, but we had sent it out at that point. And it was unintentional, but no further renewal of the permit took place until March 12th of 2025.
Okay.
It was unintentional. It was a mistake, obviously a mistake. We were contacted by licensing. We paid that difference for the lapse period of time. I mean, we're talking about a few $100s, so it's not like the licensee was saying, I'm going to game the system and save $300 or $400. That was no one's intent here. It was unintentional, it was forgotten, but a mistake was made. The license, the temp was restored. It runs through into March, something like, I'm sorry, June 6th or something. So obviously, that would have to be renewed again coming up, and he's marked his calendar to do that. We apologize for the error, but we feel that the applications that you are reviewing are non-problematic applications. These are nice hot pot restaurants. They don't pose any issues. No one opposes them. And we'd ask that these applications be approved.
Okay, and these are the actual DBAs of your restaurants?
Which one?
All of them?
Yeah.
6 hot pot, 2 hot pot?
Yes.
Well, we have 6th Avenue Steam, Meta Hot Pot 6, Meta Hot Pot 3, 6th Avenue Steam Buns, and ER Hot Pot 8th Street.
It's,
I know, but those are
Those are
not
the corporate
DBAs.
names. Huh?
Yeah, those are not the DBAs. I'm
No,
asking,
those are not the
what are
D,
they called?
the trade name on the sign.
The one on South End
the
Avenue, what is it
6th
called?
Avenue is ER Hapa.
The other ones?
Avenue is what hot pot?
ER Hapa.
No, it's not.
No, it's 2 hot pot, Yomi's rice and yogurt.
Yeah, that's, the
yes.
DBAs is these all accurate? Because you're even telling me something different. ER Hot Pot is at South End Avenue.
6th Avenue.
Which one are you?
36.
ER Hot Pot 8th Street?
Do you run these businesses? Because
Yes.
what's the one on 8th Street called?
8th Street is Grandpa Thai.
The DBAs are not accurate, sir.
Yeah.
Well, they named it Grandpa, maybe they changed the DBA.
You gotta
Chair?
fix it.
No, I'll go through the DBAs with it. Sometimes we start out, we file an application with one DBA. Sometimes, like on another one of these, we had a yogurt bar inside.
Okay, now it's all.
And now that Yomi Yogurt is,
Telling me the one on 6th Avenue is called ER, which in your application is the one on South End. So you gotta clean this out.
no, I'll go through each one. I know that's one, I know of one that changed because the yogurt bar, I think they stopped the yogurt bar and it was called Yummies within the restaurant. There was a yogurt bar, so that,
We just go through these and have him tell us what he thinks they're called, and then we can fix them maybe.
yeah, sure.
Okay, so what is the one?
thinks they're called.
Yeah. That was intentional. Okay, so I'm starting on 51 East 8th Street. What is that called?
No looking, that's not fair.
Yeah, what do you call it?
No, these are corporate names.
51,
The East,
What's the place on
21,
8th Street
right?
called?
21 East.
What is it?
51
which corporation are we talking about? Commissioner?
51 East, oh, okay. Yeah, it's right now it's Grandpa Thai.
It's called what?
Grandpa Thai.
Grandpa Thai. Okay. Let's go to the next one. The next one is on 6th Avenue. No, on Avenue of the Americas.
Just 6
Yeah. What is that one called?
It's ER hot pot and 2 hot pot.
ER Hot Pot?
And 2 hot pot.
Yeah,
And 2 Hot Pot.
Are there
But-
two
but-
locations?
No, it's the same location.
Same
But
location, it's got two trains.
two in Chinese, it means ER, so it's
Well, it's got two.
I see.
yeah, so that's why.
1029B.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
1029A and 1029B as the address. Is it?
It's one store.
Yeah,
It's one store. No, it's absolutely one store.
So this is going well. 18 West 38th Street. What's that called?
18
West 38th Street.
West
The one on 18 West 38th Street.
38th Street, it's a 3 hot pot.
That's called 3 Hot Pot?
Yeah,
Just 3 Hot Pot?
Yeah.
Even? Okay, close, close.
3 hot pot and barbecues.
Oh. You gotta get it. This is the game show. This portion of the day today. okay? All right, and
Too
the
much.
last one is on South End Ave. What is that one called?
It's ER hot pot.
That's ER Hot Pot.
Yes.
Okay, so we're clear, Mr. Buscemi, on ER Hot Pot, and that's number 35. That one's got the correct DBA, as far as we can tell.
That's Meta Hot Pot 6 Inc.
Is that Hot Pot? Yeah, I'm just going by corporate names.
No, that's the corporate name.
Yeah. Okay.
Hot Pot 6 is ER Hot Pot, so that one's correct?
The others have some issue with the DBAs.
Well, he got Meta Hot Pot 3 Inc. right.
3 Hot Pot and barbecue, that's correct?
Okay,
Okay, great.
okay. So which ones are
And
we
with
correct?
recent change
The
this to
33,
the
which is
DBA.
6
he got 3
Ave,
Hot Pot
steam
barbecue.
bun.
To the Yumi soup.
Yumi
Yumi we
was
changed.
the yogurt, which was, yeah.
Yeah, we just
Yeah,
changed.
because the yogurt, they stopped with the yogurt, so I might have sent something in on that already, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
But I'll check the names to make sure.
And the ER
Before-
Hot Pot, how many locations are there at this point?
No, it's 3.
There are 3 locations.
Yeah.
And you own all of them?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to figure it out because I want to go to one of these. I'm like, what is the name of the place?
He had a great one in Flushing, in the mall, in the World Mall.
Chinese ER is.
Yeah, I know. I speak
He had a magnificent one, but COVID killed it.
I get it. I'm very excited. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So on the actual, we haven't voted.
I don't know what we're doing. I'm confused.
No, I'm gonna vote to approve all 4 with the condition that they're gonna clean up the DBAs.
perfect.
Yeah, all right, so you gotta go through the DBAs with me. and Then
Yeah,
we'll,
sure, I will do that.
we'll make the proper corrections
All right.
before
No
license.
license until
All right,
the
thank you.
DBAs are
I just
cleared
want
up.
to know
Okay.
where I'm at when I'm having beer there.
Last time,
Leon.
my grandma just passed away before the day.
Commissioner
so-
Mayor, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
He was at his grandmother's funeral the day before the last hearing. He was up here and he was just,
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
Thank you for saying
Thank
that.
you.
And
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry about your grandma.
No, thank you.
So
Thank
they've all
you.
been approved with the
Yeah,
condition
okay.
that you correct the DBA.
all right.
Thank you very
And
much.
other
You
conditions.
go back to work, Howard.
All right, thank you.
You got one more.
Okay.
Next is number 66, Liquor Boutique 1 LLC.
Guy Parisi for the applicant. I have with me the principal of the applicant entity. I understand this opposition. We could hear from them first. I appreciate it.
All right.
Hang on 1 minute, please, Mr. Buscemi.
Francis Buscemi, Milan Buscemi for the opposition. With me today is P&A Wine Warehouse, Inc., represented by, oh, you're on this side, I'm sorry, Cindy Lin, and JM Portion Liquor, represented by Michelle Chen. I'm representing Best Price Wine and Liquor, who's not here today. The proposed location is 833 Portion Road in Ronkonkoma. There are 15 liquor stores already operating within 3 miles of the applicant's proposed location.
Is that including the one that we approved last time?
I think The one you approved
Another one.
is in addition, I think it's in addition to that.
Okay, but they're 15.
South End, I don't think South End's on the list that I gave you, so I think it's in addition.
15 stores within how long?
3 miles.
3 miles. So that one is 3.3 miles away. So you are 16 stores within 3.5 miles.
Now, this is on Portion Road. And as my submission points out, there are already 3 liquor stores on Portion Road within a 2.2 mile distance. P&A, Best Price, and JM Portion. Now, there's also Garav Farmingville Wine and Liquors. And the address of it is a Horse Block Road address, but I wish to note that Portion Road becomes Horse Block Road at the point where this Garav liquor store is located. So it's one continuous road. So that actually puts 4 stores within 3 miles on the same road. Now, the applicant proposed location would put a 4th liquor store within 2.2 mile distance and 5 stores within a 3 mile distance on the same road. I provided you with an exhibit, Exhibit B, which is actually the exhibit, I believe the exhibit that the applicant provided to the Liquor Authority, showing the road and the location of these stores. You obtained the gross sales figures for the 4 closest liquor stores. Garav sales have been declining each year since 2021. P&A sales have declined each year from 2020 through 2024. And its sales for the full year of 2024 are just a little under 400,000, representing a 6% decrease from its 2023 sales and almost a 19% decrease from its 2020 sales. JP Portion Liquors shows flat to declining sales since 2020. Its 2024 sales are $2 million, a little over $2 million, which represents its lowest annual sales since 2021. Best Price Wines and Liquors current sales are below its 2020 sales. I think this shows that there obviously is a lack of demand for alcohol. That couple.
Well, I don't know if $3 million suggests that, but maybe no increased demand.
Well, declining demand for alcohol. And with the location along the same road of what would amount to 5 stores on the same road between a 3 mile distance, we feel that public convenience and advantage is not served by issuing this license.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to point out, first I'd like to make sure that you got the petitions that were filed. Yes, with nearly 100 signatures in support of this store. With respect to the 3 miles of Portion Road referred to by objection, Portion Road for those 3 miles runs through 2 towns, the town of Brookhaven with a population of 488,497, the 2nd largest town in New York, and the town of Islip with a population of 339,938, 4th largest town in the metropolitan area. Within those towns along this road, there are 3 hamlets. The hamlet of Farmingville, which is within the town of Brookhaven, the hamlet of Lake Ronkonkoma, which is different than the hamlet of Ronkonkoma. And the hamlet of Lake Ronkonkoma is mainly located in the town of Brookhaven, with small sections in the town of Smithtown and the town of Islip. And then finally, there's the hamlet of Ronkonkoma, which is wholly contained in the town of Islip. Virtually all the stores that are objecting are within the town of Brookhaven, and not in the town of Islip where the applicant is from. With respect to the 15 liquor stores listed in Exhibit A of Objector's Letter, 4 of them are in the hamlet of Center Riches, which is in the town of Brookhaven. 4 of them are in the hamlet of Farmingville, which is in the town of Brookhaven. 5 of them are in the hamlet of Lake Ronkonkoma, which was mostly in the town of Brookhaven. And 1 of them is in the hamlet of Holtzville.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that argument is super relevant because it's just one street and it's going through all these towns. Like it's, no one knows where the divide is. So I'm not sure if it's super.
Well, the point is, the hamlet of Ronkonkoma, which is 18,000 population, has no stores. And that, these are communities.
Right, but the one that we just issued is in that Ronkonkoma, right?
Well, there's Lake Ronkonkoma, and there are 2 hamlets. One is Lake Ronkonkoma, which is mostly in the town of Brookhaven. And the other one is Ronkonkoma, which is in the town of Islip. And there is no.
Getting into the weeds, it's not, I'm telling you that it's not super relevant because we measure it by distance. It's not like people
Well,
who
these-
live in a
these-
certain town are not allowed to go across that town line and go shop at
well,
different stores, so it's.
Our argument is that these are communities. Hamlets are communities. And this store is to serve the community. I will continue. All the stores that are objected are on Portion Road, are located in mega shopping malls and are destinations with anchors. P&A Wine Warehouse is located in Lakeshore Plaza. That's 0.8 of a mile from the applicant. And that shopping center is 110,000 square feet of leasing area, has 673 parking spaces and 21 stores. JP Portion Liquor is 1.25 miles from the applicant, and that's in Meat Farm Shopping Center, which has 89,000 square feet of lease area with 724 parking spaces and 15 stores. Interesting, their sales have increased. JM Portion Liquor is located in Tiffany Plaza Shopping Center, and that has 60,000 square feet of leasing area with 225 parking spaces. But it's only 58% occupied. That's probably why there have been sales. The applicant is not a destination store. It's a community, it's a boutique store in a very small strip mall with 5 stores. And it's appropriately called liquor boutique.
I know, but I don't know how that helps public convenience and advantage. All the surrounding stores
Well,
within 2 miles are doing significantly, lowered sales.
Well,
Again,
the
there's
sales,
16 stores in 3.5 miles.
well,
Just opened one 3 miles away.
Yeah, so you have to get
It's-
all the way past 495.
with respect to the decline in sales since, most of them are since 2020. And we believe that argument is without merit because since 2020, the sales of in liquor stores because of COVID have bumped up. And there's been a study by a postdoctoral fellow at Columbia University, Millman School of Public Health. And the study was from March 2020 through September 2020. Liquor, wine, and beer store sales were up 20% over the same period of time the year before. And during that same period, from March 2020 to September 2020, restaurant and bar sales of alcohol dropped by 27%. Now, with respect to their argument, if the applicant proved there would be 5 stores within 3 miles distance on the same road, and that's similarly without merit. Portion Road is perhaps the only major commercial road in Smithtown, Islip, and Brookhaven, and has many shopping malls, 3 of which house the liquor stores who are objecting. It is noteworthy that the 4 closest stores on Portion Road, 2 are in the hamlet of Harmonville, 2 are in the hamlet of Lake Ronkonkoma, and none are in the hamlet of Ronkonkoma, which is where the applicant is. The applicant is here. She'd like to address the commissioners.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Rachel, and I've been in retail for about 30 years. I own some furniture stores, I manage them, and all were rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau. And I have a statement if I could read, if that's okay? I respectfully state that the public benefit of this location address objections raised by the nearby store owners and demonstrate the distinct value of this business will bring to the local community. The public convenience and underserved area. While 4 existing liquor stores are located within a 2 to 3 mile radius in Ronkonkoma, all of them are positioned on the western stretch of Portion Road, west of Nichols Road. The proposed location is in a separate, underserved commercial corridor near Horseblock Road, where residents and commuters currently lack accessible liquor retail options. Our store would significantly improve access for those living and working east of Nichols Road. Additionally, the proposed site is located within a shopping center that includes a handy pantry, a small neighborhood supermarket. The store's patrons have expressed that a nearby liquor store to complement their grocery shopping. The presence of liquor boutique in the same center will directly address this demand, offering convenience and a one-stop shopping experience for local residents. Liquor boutique will be a modern, community-focused retail environment designed to meet evolving customer preferences with a high standard of service, thoughtful product selection, and a competitive pricing. This will be a woman-owned business contributing to the diversity of small business ownership in the area. Furthermore, we will offer a curated section of kosher wines and spirits, specifically serving the needs of the growing Jewish community in the surrounding neighborhoods. These options are limited or unavailable in near stores. I spoke with a local rabbi. I belong to the community, and I asked him where they buy their wine from. And he said that they buy it from Brooklyn because there's a specific brand that they enjoy that nobody sells in the area. So I would bring in wines and companies that would service these establishments.
Can I ask you a couple of questions, ma'am?
Yes.
You are the owner of a construction company?
I have a construction company also, yes.
It says on the application that you will manage this store and that you will not continue the construction company. Is that correct?
Well, I own the construction company, but I don't work in the construction
That
company.
was going to be my question.
Yes, I don't work in the construction company.
Okay, so the construction company will continue.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, absolutely.
You're going to be at the liquor store.
I'd be at the liquor store. The construction company would build out the proposed liquor store to make it beautiful and, yeah, and
there's a relationship with the landlord here?
there is a relationship with the landlord of the where the liquor store is.
Yeah.
There's a company that my son is part of that they own, their investors own, yes, the building, absolutely.
Okay, so your son doesn't own it outright?
No, it does not. He owns the company that has the investors that own the area.
And you will have a lease and pay rent?
I do have a lease, yes.
How old is your son?
29.
Oh, wow. And then your retail furniture store is?
I had 4 stores on Long Island from 2000, I would say 2007, I think.
Did you say had or have?
I had. I closed them. The last one I closed during COVID.
I see. Very good.
Do the members have any questions, or are they ready to vote?
I believe, I'd just like to make one statement. I believe the petitions of nearly 100 signatures establishes that it would be in the public convenience for this store, particularly for people shopping in the boutique supermarket next to the liquor store. If they currently they have to leave the strip mall and make a right turn on Portion Road, which is 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, and go 0.8 of a mile, or cross 2 lanes of Portion Road and make a left and go another mile and a quarter. Thank you.
What side of Portion Road?
It's on the north side. It's on the
You're
north
on the
side.
north, but what side is best price, south or north?
This price, was that the one in the other shopping
Is
center?
that the one in which shopping center? Is that ShopRite? Which shopping center is it in?
I'll try to help.
That's, hold on, I'll tell you in a minute. Hold on a second.
I think you're to the, I'll just tell you a cardinal direction. I think you're going to be, that one would be to the east.
To the one to the east, that's on the north side as well.
That's on the north side, not the south side of Portion Road?
No, but in order to go east, you have to, coming out of the store, since the store is on the north side, you have to cross
Okay,
2 lanes and make a left.
okay, all right.
If you're gonna go west, then you just make a right.
Members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. This is a small store. It's 900 square feet of retail. It's going to be smaller than any of the other 4 stores that we got numbers from. The 2 closest stores I saw is making a profit in 2024 over 2023. The closest one, maybe only about $14,000. The second closest one, maybe about 140. And then the third farthest one away, again, about 150,000. The farthest store away is the only one that showed a decrease. And when I did the math, it literally comes out to about only 10,000. So I think that the numbers here will justify it. As I look on the map, the stores really are spread out. They look, you know, I understand council's argument that they're on the same road, but they look pretty far away from each other. And the latest, newest store that we just licensed is on the other side of 495. So you would have to go on the other side of 495 all the way up. It's about 3.3 miles away. Like the presentation of our applicant. I think you're an experienced business person. I think you will do well. I vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mayo
Approve.
and Chair.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is 26, Connecting Bar Corp.
26.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo, and I have with me
Dan Morrow.
any positions.
Wilmer Jimenez, Security Company. Daniel Bontempo, General Manager. W Security Corp.
Thank you. Good to answer any questions you may have. We have the support of the community board. We have the support of State Senator Jessica Ramos. We have
Who's the primary manager of the gentleman
this is the
here?
owner and manager. This is the night manager. This personal questionnaire was submitted to full board supplemental last week.
Okay, sir.
I also have, and I don't know if
Manager, who's the part-time Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 to 4?
Danny.
I would be there.
Okay.
Actually, when that was filled out, Danny was working. He's no longer working.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit about yourself?
You're going to be working here.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Talk a little bit about yourself.
This is semi-retirement for me. Started out military, Marine Corps, 93. Went right into construction. I worked as a concrete engineer of sorts. I don't know. It was something that I was kind of thrown into. But then I got into the laborers union. I worked there for 15 years. Then currently in the operating engineers union, which is local 15. Hence the ability to afford to get into my retirement, which is I'm still currently working, but I'm basically on call for master riggers. I work on tower cranes.
The application says that you're going to continue that.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try to do both. I'm getting a little older. Yeah, semi-retired.
Are you a union official or just a member of the?
No, just a member of the union, local 15.
He's officially retired in December, but he's on call if they need him.
Right. I have a lot of experience in that. There's not a lot of crane.
I also have a letter that came in after the supplemental deadline. It's a letter of support from the Zone 1, 2 6 school,
High school and the.
high school,
Yeah.
if you want me to
We
handle it.
would want that. I saw the letter of support from Senator Ramos and also from the community board sticks. I see that the owner doesn't have any experience. What about the manager? What's the experience there?
This personal question is attached. You can talk about your experience.
So I worked at Ainsley, Brooklyn. I did about a year and a half there under the South Village Hospitality Group. From there, I moved on to Bowery, which was a new facility that we worked. It was the old Vandal. So we had a 1,200 person restaurant and then a 350 person underground, which is in an underground nightclub. So basically, we did brunch. We did over 1,200 covers a night. We did dinner. Then after dinner, obviously the restaurant closes 2 a.m. We went down where we had a nightclub with promoters, obviously a full-blown club till 4 a.m.
So how many years you were in the industry?
In the industry, I'm 5 years now. Yeah.
All right.
And the last thing was, you got all approvals, all government approvals and permits with the exception of the health permit?
Correct.
You still don't have the health?
We haven't opened the premises.
Okay.
Ready to vote?
Go.
All right, Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve. Obviously, you're going to need a health permit.
Commissioner Maya,
Approve.
Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board, recorded music, DJ music. No third-party promoters. Do you need private parties?
No.
Sure.
Take them.
What's that?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna do 24 private parties a year. Security guard forever, 75 persons. Dancing is okay.
Commissioner De Leon, you okay with the conditions?
I'm fine with the condition.
And Commissioner Maya?
Accepts, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next is
Good
53.
lawyering, sir.
Next is 53, CATRACHA Restaurant Inc.
53.
Good afternoon.
33.
53.
53.
Hold on this.
Are you the licensee? Are you the licensee, the owner?
No.
Are you the manager?
Yeah, the manager. I'm owner too, but AIRIST Apoyo is on the license.
Oh,
This license is expired. Are you the new owner or the old owner?
No, expire?
Yeah.
CATRACHA?
CATRACHA Restaurant Incorporation? No, it's active. It's not active?
CATRACHA?
Did you just become an owner?
No, we have it from 2022.
Oh, okay.
Does this get renewed?
We renew it like, I think it was November last year.
Okay, because it
maybe.
expired before.
All right, yeah.
We should have caught that though.
Yeah, this is very recent, so what's going on, guys? Yeah.
Restaurant liquor expired.
It's expired.
Expired, right?
Yeah.
CATRACHA?
CATRACHA Restaurant Incorporation.
Restaurant.
Yeah, so your license is expired. And you went to hearing
I went to 2 hearings.
on a non-bona fide charge. And you don't have any food there.
Anything you want to say about that?
Huh?
You understand?
Yes,
You went to
yes,
the
yes.
hearing, so you understand.
Yes,
the
that's
charge.
fine, yes, that's fine. We got food.
Okay, this was renewed.
When was it?
This
It
was
has a new
renewed?
number. It's one of those class change things.
Oh, wow.
Ugh,
Okay,
created
not
incorrectly.
expired, no food, all right,
Okay, that changes things.
failure to conform to application, I don't know, 2,000.
That's fine.
All right, I'm gonna do 2,000.
I concur with 2000.
2000.
2000?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
You'll
All right.
get
All right.
a letter and an email.
Okay.
Yep, on how to pay and everything. So,
He got his showed
thank
up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 41 JGC Spirits Inc.
Don, this is what your friend.
Yeah. When did he give you this?
He was talking about the schools, letters of support from the schools or something like that.
Okay.
All right, we're 210, we're doing so good.
What number is this?
It's number 41.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon, Commissioner Maya, Council, staff, Adrian Hunt, Hunt Law Group PC, and with me is the President of JGC Spirits Inc., doing business as Brewster Wine and Liquor. We're here for a approval of a removal 150 feet within the same Lakeview Plaza. And Mr. Semmels has over 32 years' experience. We believe public convenience and advantage would be served. There is an increased demand. As customers are requesting different products and preferences are changing, so that we're looking for possibly lower price but higher volume, which requires more storage space.
The space says it was vacant and where he's moving
15
it?
years. It
Right.
was,
Was it a liquor store prior?
no,
No.
Chinese buffet.
no,
Chinese buffet. Okay.
right.
Oh, I love those, sad.
And there was one protest, but I guess they're not here. Right?
No, they're not.
Okay, so you moved,
150.
150 feet within the
right, you
same
moved
plaza.
before though, you obtained a transfer store in
Back in
2000?
Yorktown to Brewster, New York, and actually, right,
Jefferson Valley.
West Jefferson Valley,
I see, and now you're going up to 6,000 square feet.
correct.
But the four closest stores are the same.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve.
Commissioner De Leon
So do I.
and Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for
Have a
coming.
wonderful
Sorry
day.
for the long wait.
Thank you.
Next is 27 WR Fine Wine and Liquors Inc.
27.
27.
What is Oh.
27.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the applicant. With me is the applicant principal, Sadwit Singh Jr. He goes by Kevin. There was opposition filed. I don't know that anybody's here, if you might want to inquire. Hearing none?
Nope.
We know how you feel about replacement stores. This is a replacement store in the same footprint, in the same shopping center. The previous licensee had some personal problems and lost the store for not paying taxes. We know how you feel about support from the community. We got 936 signatures over 3 days standing in front of the store and at the King Cullen. Everybody was aware of what had happened and we're wishing well. The signatures are all from Shoreham, Calverton, Wading River, Rocky Point. Wading Hollow appears to be a 4 or 5 mile radius from the King Cullen, which is a major draw.
You're submitting those now, sir, or you provided them before?
I submitted some, but it was just too big to, I could pass them up if you do want them. I know you don't like to have things handed up, but I can wave them around, but actually, this is going to be a nice day.
We're fine.
Okay. The coastal store has steady or increasing sales. And what's interesting is the second coastal store was licensed in 2017 only because he said he wasn't going to compete with the existing stores. He had a unique niche and a unique place, and the board accepted that. He does complain now that this would hurt him. He has the wrong model at the wrong place, unfortunately. We're the only store close by that has a King Cullen Bank, post office, numerous other draws. The customer draws at these two nearby competitors are just nowhere comparable to what we have. We have everything. We have 200 square feet, 200 parking spaces, 100 square feet of leasable space in the shopping center. We have this location had a lot going for it. And lastly, I know how you feel about industry experience. This gentleman has worked in his father's liquor store. He has worked as a
for liquor companies doing tastings, all of which he is discontinuing.
How far away is the father's liquor store from here?
20 miles. It's a nice little terrace on it.
And how close is Uncle Danny's to this?
Uncle Danny's is .2. I point out that Uncle Danny's was there when this store was licensed when Uncle Danny's bought the store in 2016. When he was here in 2017 protesting another store, he indicated on the record that he was doing $900,000 in sales. Now he's doing 1.34 million.
Yeah, I see an increase for Uncle Danny.
So, are you still gonna be working for HART?
No, if the license gets approved, I'm be discontinuing working from both places. Currently, NGP, New Grant Promotions, and the Heart Agency.
Okay. And where did you get the 75,000 and the 75,000?
It was inherited to me from grandparents on both sides of my family. Me and my brother are the only grandchildren they have. I was the oldest. It was held for me until I was 18 years old. And now when I made my decision to open up a store, it's been handed down to me.
So it was inherited or given to you?
Inherited, but it was held by my parents.
Oh, I see. I understand. So the money came from your dad?
No, it came from my grandfather on my dad's side and my grandfather from my mom's side. And they held it for me until I was 18. I think he passed away when I was a teenager, so.
I want to know how it was held.
Sorry?
How it was held. Like, was it in trust or when did they pass away?
They passed away a couple years ago. It was given as a cash to my parents.
So the parents held on to
Yeah.
it for you?
Yep.
Okay.
But it is cash that's coming from your parents?
Yep.
And when did you get that money?
It was given to me within 3-4 years ago.
All right. Mr. Springer, you understand the problem here, right?
Yeah, it passed on when he was 18. He's 23 now.
Okay, you can show me the money and you can get their license. So show us the bank records.
Well, it's been in his account, and we provided the bank statement.
Okay, I can see, if you show me that when he was 18, it was transferred in, you can go back a few years and show it to me.
Just a quick question, is Danny on the other side of the road?
Danny is on the other side of the road, on the left side. He only has one-way traffic going to his store. If you're coming from east, you have to cross a dangerous double line to enter his plaza. It's a very cramped plaza.
So held over to June 4th?
Yep.
Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, that's fine.
And Commissioner Maya?
4th, yep.
Just for, basically show a clear trail for the money. Thank you. Next is 36 El PARRALITO Restaurant 2 Inc.
Mr. Roper, can you tell me the number? I'm sorry.
36. 36.
36.
Good afternoon, Aldo Vitaliano for the applicant, with me Dawn and Chillin.
36.
Last time we were before you, there was a question in terms of support from the community. We represented that we would get a letter from the community that they have no objection and in fact support it. We've filed that letter. I assume you haven't. I have an original here if necessary.
You know that we have people that go out and check on things, right?
Yes.
Well, we had somebody go out and it appeared that the place was operating over an hour after it was supposed to have been closed and still serving beer.
I commented on that at the last meeting, that we acknowledged that and we'd already conceded that. We sent in paperwork on that. I made that comment at the last meeting.
That happened in February. The mayor gave you his support. I don't know if he was aware of it, but he gave you his support.
The mayor and the board of trustees. Do you have that letter?
Did you submit it?
Yes.
Yeah. And what's the story with Edna Lopez Morales? I guess we discussed that previously too.
He's basically the manager.
He's disclosed now? You submitted a personal,
I believe so, yes.
Sorry, did you say he was the manager? I'm sorry.
No, he's the owner.
No, he's the owner, okay.
This is
Sorry.
Dawn.
somebody named,
Yep.
is it Ed Elder? Yeah, Lopez Morales, something like that.
The members have any questions? Ready to vote?
I don't know, it's just hard to give you more when obviously you're not following the rules and there's no clear explanation. I don't know.
Can do midnight. Yeah. Okay.
It was one beer that was sold, according to the investigator.
It's, that's.
We could think that it's one, and
Yeah,
then
exactly.
we could think that it's a pattern, right? It's hard to,
Maybe one that he was caught on.
it's very unlikely that it's one.
There's a new building that opened up, apartment building, within Portchester. Portchester's undergoing a renaissance. They're hoping to tap into serving the community right there. It's about 100 new units that just opened up within the last 3, 4, 5 months.
I'll do 12.
All right. If the members are, you ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon?
I'm fine with staying open until 12.
12. Commissioner Maya?
12.
And
All
Chair.
right, 12 across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, no, Shannon, number one has appeared late. So I'm going to pull one. It's number one, Uptown Liquors, Inc.
Doesn't this go to council?
I think Mr. Lynn showed up late. He learned from last time.
Charles Len for Uptown Liquors. With me is Samuel Awad. He's the sole principal of the corporation. This is a CNC, where in the bill of particulars, the authority said that if it is acceptable, a $2,000 monetary penalty would be assessed. We agreed to the $2,000, and it's been sitting around for quite a while. I would also point out that the licensee has a non-adverse license history for about 15 years, over 15 years. And why was I late?
So this matter actually needs to go back to council.
No, you're not late.
Not late. You're on time.
We're sending back to council's office. We're just looking for you so that we can have you not wait all day.
We just wanted to make sure you didn't have to wait all day if you were here. So,
What's interesting
You're
is,
late and not have to wait, so it's the new way we're doing things here, sir.
so would I get any decision today?
No. Going back to council's office, you're here from council.
Commissioner De Leon, are you okay?
Yeah, back to council.
And Commissioner Maya? Turn, yeah. You'll hear from the prosecutor.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next is 70B, as in boy. CIELITO Lindo Rest Bar Corp.
Oh, yes. For the applicant, Louis Cesari, I have the principal with me, Ms. Marin. They were here for the temporary permit.
Okay. I can't approve this temporary permit. Let me just give you a little basis. There is a pending on-premise tavern license application. Previous license at the premise was issued an emergency suspension for COVID in August of 2020. The applicant was a bartender at the premise at the time. Applicant previously applied at the location and was disapproved June 8th, 2024 for a partial failure to comply. Had a temporary license when 2 police referrals were made for assault. Permit was canceled September 12th, 2023, and main application disapproved. Location has a significant adverse history. 500-foot hearing, February 3rd, 2024, found has not met the criteria.
There was a reconsideration of that.
And, or public interest, is only $10,000 to purchase the business. That's kind of tight.
So first, the 500-foot hearing was reconsidered and it was found to be in public convenience. The head ALJ sent me an email, reconsideration was granted, and public use and convenience was found.
That's because you don't have the 500 hearing report yet, because that's for the application. That's not for the temp.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Wow.
So, and El Marquez shut down, that was the prior licensee, because there were numerous judgments and issues that the previous owner, since I represented him, could no longer defend. The reason it was only $10,000, it was basically to buy what was in the place. He locked the doors and walked out. There was a sales tax issue. I understand the state was dealing with him with the sales tax. I had nothing to do with that. And as far as the disapproval, that was, again, paperwork issues that were constantly going back and forth that were submitted. I was told they weren't submitted. I would resubmit them, told the same papers weren't submitted. And that's even why it was originally, the first one was canceled. I then did a reconsideration saying, I sent all that paperwork to you. Here it is. That's why reconsideration was granted and the license was, the application was returned. Then again, we started with the paperwork again. My client just said, let's start with a new application because now we have everything. We've submitted it.
Let me ask you something.
Sure.
She paid $10,000 for the tangible assets?
Yeah, which at that point was.
So do you have a list of what she bought?
I do, if I could.
I mean, we don't have it, right?
It should, yeah, no, it was written with the application. It would have been with the asset purchase agreement that was with the application.
You had an actual schedule on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm sorry to miss that. And I'm looking now and I don't know if I'm even finding it, so.
Again, we've run into many problems where things that are submitted don't seem to get scanned in the computer.
So
I might have made a
the
mistake.
asset, the purchase, that, we don't have that until the main application comes.
Oh, okay, because what I'm trying to do is, if you've got $10,000 and you bought book value, tangible items, then that would make sense. And it would rule out any
collusion.
Yes.
Yes, it was for, and I can tell you basically, it was for about 15 tables with chairs, bar stools, would have been glasses, some plates, some fixtures that came with the place from the landlord. A hood that came with the place from the landlord.
Okay, so she didn't buy the hood.
She didn't buy the hood. That would be something in the lease that actually stays if she were to leave, because it's the landlord. She would be responsible for repairing it, maintaining it, getting inspected.
She just bought all the sundry in the place.
Yes.
Could we hear from the applicant? I mean, you worked there during these problems that I mentioned.
I did.
Okay.
I worked there.
What was the issue from your perspective?
Well, however, during COVID, I pretty much wasn't working there. I wasn't needed. So however, during that time, I really wasn't sure what the problems were.
What about when you were a bartender?
Yeah, during that time, I just, I didn't know much about the problems that arose with Marquez.
You didn't know about the assaults, police referrals?
Are you, I apologize. Are you talking when it was El Marquez, or are you talking the ones in 24?
My impression from what I read is that the location had a lot of problems in the past, and that she worked there, and that she should be aware what the problems were and what she would do differently. Do I have that wrong?
When did you start as a bartender there?
Understand?
At El
Why don't you
Marquez?
step up to the mic?
Yeah, step up to the mic. When did you start?
When did you start as a bartender at El Marquez?
Not fairly, but before, a little before COVID started. I really wasn't sure what the problems were with El Marquez, with the assaults and all of that.
Unfortunately, I
When
represented
did-
El Marquez.
When did you start?
When did you start? I'm sorry.
Right before, around like 2018, 2019.
2018, 2019?
And El Marquez had, unfortunately, I've represented him for many, many years, has a long tortured history.
Did you ever work anywhere else, ma'am?
In El Marquez, other than that,
So the only experience you have in this industry is with this gentleman who
Well, he gave me the opportunity to.
Didn't really have a good track record with us. What I'm looking for is some assurance that you're going to do things differently.
I sure am.
And how so?
By pretty much turning around this place.
Yeah, but can you step up?
Sorry about that. I sure am. By turning around this place.
Well, to turn it around, you would have to know what the problems were in the past, and I asked you, and you, excuse me, you haven't been able to tell me what the issue was, but you were there, you were working there.
I was, however, I wasn't present during that time when the issues arose.
If you look at the history of El Marquez, some of them are prior to, a lot of them are prior to 2018. And I would think would deal more with a security issue than a bartender issue.
Well, I would like to hear about a security plan, how many, I haven't heard anything. I mean,
We do have a security plan.
We hired a security company. Yes, she's a little nervous. We hired a security company, True Blues Corporate Security of New York, which has a plan to provide, I believe I'm just trying to remember offhand, 2 security personnel during the week, 3 to 4 on the weekend, depending on how busy it gets, to manage the issues. They have a good relationship with the precinct. In fact, one of the principals of the security company is a retired detective from the 115.
Yeah, that's concerning too in its own way, but question is about what about the violence that's happened since the temp were active?
We actually, both of us only learned of those referrals when we looked at the agenda for the full board. We didn't even know they occurred like that, and there were referrals.
Well, that's the problem. You seem to not know what's happening there, but you run the place and have turned it around in your own
Well,
words.
I believe one of the was outside with a group of individuals.
Could I just interrupt you, sir?
Okay. Yeah.
Just only because the questions, as I'm observing, appear to be centered on management.
Yes.
She's got to speak for herself. She's got to show us, I think, maybe that she's got this thing managed, or she could manage it. So what's going on? What do you know what was going on? As uncomfortable as it is for you in front of this room, you got to tell us what you're going to do, because we're looking for a manager here.
I am.
Okay, so
And
there
I
were
am.
problems there. Are you familiar with the problems?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay, so just so we know, you know what the problems were. What were the problems as you observed and recall?
Pretty much the recent problem that we pretty much heard about the issue with the group of individuals. It did not happen inside the premises.
Okay, but what was the incident?
I'm not really sure how the incident
Okay,
arose or what
and
happened,
how
but
about
it was
when you,
outside.
okay, so how about when you were a bartender there, when you worked there for the prior? Tell us what you knew about the problems that were there, which there were definitely problems there, so that's not in dispute. What do you know about those problems?
I only knew pretty much that I just worked for a short period of time, that I really wasn't too sure about what.
What would you hear? What did you hear? Because
2018 is not a short period of time until pandemic. That's at least 2 years.
yeah, so we just want to know that you know what's going on. We want to know what your awareness is. So you're going to have to speak for yourself, as uncomfortable as it is. We want to know so that we could feel that you might be able to address these things or manage this place properly. So please start telling us.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What did you see when you worked?
pretty much I saw the patrons come in. They would pretty much request for drinks. I would pretty much serve them, but other than that, I
All
didn't
right,
really see.
Counsel, she's not understanding. I mean.
I understand.
Okay. There's 25, I'm in this room right now. There's 25 people in this room. And someday I want to have no people in this room. So I'm going to do this, this, and this. But you're not aware of anything that was going on in 2018 and 19?
In other words, did you see a fight? Did you see fights? Did you see
Help
problems?
yourself
I would see
here.
some people pretty much start talking, but I pretty much wouldn't, we wouldn't, pretty much would tell them to just
Okay,
take
now,
it outside. That's it.
next, I'll just jump ahead. I'm going to use some vernacular. Who's going to boss everybody around at the place if you run it? Who's going to be the boss?
Pretty much I would be
Who?
me.
Okay, are you capable of bossing people around?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Well, that was the loudest you spoke today, so thank you. I mean, I'm not being sarcastic. That's what we're kind of looking for, like, I've got a grasp on the situation and I could handle it.
I do. sir, I
Okay,
do.
so tell us, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to make sure that whatever happened to the prior owners is not gonna happen at that premises again?
Oh, that definitely, it's not
Well,
gonna
what are you
happen.
gonna do? How are you gonna make sure?
Well, pretty much, I definitely will be putting security there. I will follow pretty much the rules of what hours are imposed on this license. I definitely will pretty much follow the communities, if they don't want to.
You're gonna be the boss.
Yes, I will be the boss.
Okay, now, what about the prior owners? Are they gonna be coming in there?
Absolutely not.
Okay, and what happens if they do? What are you gonna do about that?
Well, pretty much I will have to speak to them and tell them to please exit the premises.
Are you friends with them?
No,
Have they been at the location?
they have not.
Okay. Do you know, like,
It was just as an
do you know
acquaintance,
who they
but other
are?
than not,
Do you know who they are?
it was pretty much, I don't know who they are.
But you work for them.
I did, but it was just at a personal, it was at just at a business working level. It wasn't at a friendship. I never got to know them like that.
Right, but you bought the assets from them, right? So you did a deal
Yes.
with them to some extent.
I sort of did, but I didn't pretty much knew them at a personal level.
How'd the deal come to you?
He pretty much wanted to be out of the business, and it was just an opportunity that
Well, I mean, how did the deal come to you? Was it a telephone call? Was it you saw him somewhere? Was it a carrier pigeon? How did it come to you?
No, I heard.
What's
He
that?
was, I heard from pretty much I heard that he wanted to.
Heard from whom?
He wanted to leave. the
Yeah, who was
business.
it? Who was it?
Of another waiter
Okay.
at that time. So I heard it and I approached him.
You
And he
approached
said-
who?
The previous owner.
Name?
Us.
You got
Santa
it, yeah,
Maria,
there it
Santa
is.
Maria.
Okay. I'm trying to help you, but you got to answer the questions and be bossy here, okay? Because you got to make us comfortable. I am trying to help you, at least from this chair. Okay, so who did you talk to?
I talked to Santa Maria, Santa Marina. I
Santa
forget his
Maria.
name.
He was my client. She approached him. He contacted me to do the agreement, told me the price. I submitted it to both of them to sign. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
There was a,
This is an OP, right?
The tavern, yeah, tavern
Tavern.
liquor.
So it's 12 midnight.
and there are
500
stipulations
foot
with the
hearing
community
case, yes,
board.
12
That's
midnight.
in the,
No, the temp, you don't get the sips. The temp, it's 12 midnight.
yes, no, we understand that. I was just saying if anybody was curious about the community board, there's stipulations with the community board.
You went in front of the community board,
Yes, I
right?
did.
Okay, did you, and I take this up, this is meant to be polite, not sarcastic. Did you talk to the community board
I
yourself?
did.
Or
I
did your
did
council
speak with them.
talk?
We both, but I did. I spoke with the community
Okay,
board as
okay.
well.
Right. We're looking for somebody who has a grasp on the situation, is gonna, rule that place and boss that place around. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon.
Yes. I'm sorry, ma'am, I just don't find your answers satisfactory. I don't feel you have I don't think I've gotten the responses that make sense to me. And I can't approve the application on that basis. Respectfully, I vote to deny.
Commissioner Mayo.
Well, I don't, council, please help me. Is it temporary only to 12?
To 12, yes.
It's because it's a 500-foot hearing case, so they're stipulated.
Yeah.
They can only operate till midnight, and the music is just recorded music.
And
They
that
can't have a
next-
DJ or anything like
Okay,
that.
and the next question is, how long does the temporary go?
Until they get
Generally.
conditionally
Until they get the-
approved for their license.
What could be approximately how long would you?
Probably 6 months right now.
6 months?
Yeah. The application would return to the members if you.
So if there's any problems in 6 months, you know that you could guess how I would vote in 6 months, right?
I'm sorry?
If there's any problems between today, if you're approved, if there's any problems between today in the next 6 months, you know how I'm gonna vote in 6 months, right? Won't be good, right?
Yeah, but you won't.
Okay, so I will, I don't know exactly what the conditions are for temps, but whatever the minimal conditions, meaning giving you the minimal amount of leeway, I would vote for.
I think it's midnight and recorded music only, correct?
Sorry?
I think it's midnight and.
It's midnight and just recorded music. No
No
DJ,
DJ.
no karaoke, no DJ. Yep.
Chair?
I just want to tell you, I try to help, and I'm pro entrepreneur, but I'm not giving you an A on your answers to me, because for somebody who's investing and going to run a restaurant, you didn't seem to have a bossy command of the facts that I wish you did have. I'm
Initially,
just
this
telling
is
you
how
that.
I am. I do
So,
apologize.
so,
But once
so
I
there's
get-
thin ice in the next 6 months. I'm going to just say that, for me anyway, okay?
Chair?
All right, I'm gonna go with Commissioner Mayor here, give you an opportunity to try to get this off the ground, but ask your lawyer what the temp boundaries are, and I would not go past it for 1 minute. We will be checking and make sure that you're the one signing the bank accounts, running the business, because we will come back and check.
The main license to the full board, correct?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys put what we just said into the notes when this comes back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next is 38, Sing Sing LES Stanton Corp.
Is that right?
38.
I know.
Good afternoon, Frank DeLillo, and I have with me.
Me too.
Hello, my name is
I
Erin.
do, I truly do.
They will break your heart.
Erin On,
And then
and I'm the principal.
What?
Has she agreed to the community?
Oh,
notice
you
stipulation?
told me, yes, okay.
No.
I remember.
Doesn't agree?
No,
And what is her what does she oppose on there?
she doesn't, she wants the live music and DJs, and she wants the hours of closing Monday and Tuesday, Sunday and Monday, Tuesday and Thursday, 5 PM to 1 AM, Friday and Saturday, 5 PM to 2 AM. This applicant has been operating these premises on temporary permit for how long? A year. For just about a year.
The only SIPs that you cannot agree to with the community board is what?
The hours and the no live music and no DJ. Our live music and DJ would be for private parties only, and we would stick to that with no issues.
Live music for private parties only?
And DJs for private parties only, yes.
How many private parties are you having?
As many as we can get. It's difficult to say. We have a whole second floor that is basically made for parties. When it was Stanton Social 5 or 6 years ago, there was always private parties
Why are you
upstairs.
applying for restaurant wine?
We're applying for a restaurant wine because we wanted an on-premises liquor license, and the community board would not agree to it. Erin is not a fighter. Erin is not someone who, when I say, let's contest this, will do it. Erin has agreed to a wine and beer license for 1 year. It would not surprise me at all if we do reapply sometime this summer or fall for an on-premises liquor license. She wanted the community board to get to know her operation, her business, and what she was doing. That's why it's restaurant
Telling me
wine.
that you're gonna ask for an upgrade in the near future.
We may. We haven't actually gone that far in discussions, but she always wanted an on-premises license, liquor.
Okay.
The accommodation to the community board,
Can I just break and just explain something to the commissioners while we're
Sure.
here? It's a good opportunity for us to just learn this. Here, Shannon.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
All right, I think we're ready to vote.
All right, if you're ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I vote to approve with the stipulations that were provided by the community board.
By the community board.
Yep, so it would be Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m., recorded music only.
Commissioner Mayo
I concur with the commissioners.
and Chair.
Yep, I'm gonna agree with that. All right, thank you.
All right. Next is 23 Lakeside Enterprises, Inc. Lakeside Enterprises, Inc., DBA Cayuga. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you come up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was walking up from.
What number? Okay, so you're the rep or,
I'm the rep, yes.
okay, where are your clients?
They are not here. They were unable to travel, Your Honor. It's quite a distance from the Finger Lakes region to either Buffalo or Albany and certainly to here, but they wanted me to be in person to represent them.
Oh. Okay, what is the deal with the zoning in this proposed location?
Yeah, the zoning, and we submitted a long explanation of that for the record during the application process. This is the owner of Lakeside Enterprises, a federally recognized Indian nation. This is on their reservation. There is local zoning by a town that does not apply to the Indian nation's businesses. That is noted as residential. I went through, though this is a commercial area, and I went through the history and the written submission. In 2011, there was a village of Seneca Falls and a town of Seneca Falls that merged. And under the village zoning, this area was commercial. When they merged, they made the whole prior village area, the whole thing, residential, even though that this is adjacent to a gas station. It shares a parking lot with a gas station. The gas station in 2011 was not operating, and my client did not own it at the time, so no one was advocating for it to be commercial. It's now been operated by my client since 2021 as a gas station, convenience store, with sundry items, and also a federally licensed gaming facility, a Class 2 casino, small. And then adjacent to that, it's at the same location, the same complex, yeah. And then separate building, same parking lot, is the structure that is proposed for the liquor store. They have.
Who's your client? Is that the nation or their individual people?
My client is the Cayuga Nation, and also it's, I represent the nation and its business enterprise, Lakeside Enterprises. And the people who submitted questionnaires are the principals of both the nation and the business enterprises. They do have 2 beer licenses for convenience stores under the same structure that the Liquor Authority approved in 2021.
So what is the position of the nation's Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission?
What is the position of it?
Yeah,
They have issued a license for this premises.
the
That,
nation's commission has issued the license.
correct.
So why are you here?
To this applicant, correct. Because under federal law, if I could just have a moment, I'll try not to be too confusing. Under federal law, to sell alcohol in an Indian reservation, you have to have 2 things under the statute. One is federally approved nation liquor ordinance, and that gets approved by the U.S. Secretary of the Interior. That is then published in the Federal Register. I gave citations to that in the materials. And you have to have a nation commission that's operating, and here we do. It governs this premises if it opens, and the 2 beer convenience stores, but under federal law, you also need a state license. And so that's why I'm here today.
It is on the reservation.
Correct, squarely in it.
And all the listed people are officers for the nation and also officers of Lakeside Enterprises, Inc.
Correct. There's some overlap. Some are both government officials and management or officers of the entity, and some are just officers of the entity.
So what happens when these people change?
We would file a change application. And we have done that we did do that with respect to the beer licenses.
Or, yeah, we had one change just recently.
Correct.
I want to say March.
We had a retirement and a replacement, and we made those changes.
What happens in a situation, do their regulations conform with the regulations of the state of New York?
Yes, they're at least.
In terms of the legal age of drinking and et cetera. Go ahead.
Correct. Everything is at least as restrictive as the state of New York in the nation's law.
And it's not governed, this particular premises is not governed by gaming because the casino you're describing is next door.
Correct. It's separate. It's a separate building that when the federal government licenses a gaming facility, it's very similar to the drawings we gave you. They give them for where the gaming occurs. So that's a separate premises.
And the gaming is also on the nation property?
Correct. Nation-owned, fee-owned property within the reservation.
Very interesting.
All right.
These stores that we got figures from, are they also on the nation or?
Some are and some are not, actually. The two closest are not. And I've checked and made sure with the boundaries, they're actually across the boundary. So that's DA's and then the
DC?
The DA's, I think, is the.
Yeah, DA is the closest.
Yeah, DA's is the closest, but that's not actually on the reservation. That's across.
So there are non-nation-owned stores that are on your land?
Correct. The ones that are on the land are actually the ones in Union Springs that are the farthest away. The reservation's 64,000 acres. And it wraps.
Which ones are those? Are those the 4.1 and 8.7 mile or the 13.9 mile?
13.9 and 15.1 mile. So I have this chart. It's the last two on this
All right,
chart.
so with the utmost respect, I'm gonna ask your clients to come. At least they need to send reps here. You know, I know that you guys have a way of you do things and we have a way of we do things here. We always ask the applicant to come. Buffalo, it's about an hour and 45 minutes to this location, so
Could appear by video.
yeah, I don't see the hardship there. So we will hold this over until June 4th and they can come and speak to the public convenience and advantage.
And sorry for any misunderstanding in that regard. I thought the notice said you're urged to appear and we made a choice, but will certainly appear on June 4th.
Okay.
Are there other questions we should be prepared to address or?
No, I think you just need to speak to public convenience and advantage. I mean, if you want to make a request for the materials that we have in front of us, you know, just generally speaking, is the surrounding stores are not necessarily doing a lot of increased sales. And so you are going to have to sort of speak to why.
You have two stores in protest. You might want to see what they're.
Correct. I have those and I'm prepared to speak to them today.
Okay, so, yeah, but we can hear those next time and then the protest will have an opportunity to show up as well.
Commissioner Daly, oh,
Sorry.
no,
Well, one thing I was going to, and whatever you can also provide as related to licensure by, or approval by the Cayuga Nation Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission is useful.
Okay.
And also the federal, approvals. I think that those are used. I know. you
Sure,
did the
those
registry.
they were referenced in the materials and
They
they're
were.
available publicly, but I'll bring copies
Okay,
or
that's
submit
great.
them.
If you could submit them ahead of time, that would be wonderful.
How far ahead of time would you like them?
You submitted the regs that the nation has.
They're published by the federal government online, and I gave the link to that.
So the deadline for supplementals is May 28th.
Okay.
So May 28th is the deadline for the June 4th meeting. Commissioner De Leon to June
6-4.
4th. Commissioner Maya.
6-4.
6-4. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Next is 70A JS 103 Management, Inc.
70A.
Wait, so.
Good afternoon. We are the applicant. Our lawyer couldn't make it today. So he's the principal, Sungmin Park, and I'm the operator controller, Young Kim.
Okay. This is a temp,
Do you want to, what do you want to do? You want to go forward or you want to wait for your attorney?
No. I want to go forward. I can't. I've been waiting since 9:30 in the morning.
or since March.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, first of all, I think we might have an issue here with the notice that you put out. Apparently, this is for a seasonal summer restaurant, and the notice that you put out says seasonal bar tavern, is that correct?
No. We are golf course. We are New York Country Club. And then we do operate, our main business is in New York, the golf country club.
No,
We do have a,
my question is, you have
Yes.
to give notice, right, of your application to the community.
yes.
What did that notice say? Or do we have a picture of it?
I would, yes.
Because the notice has to be accurate.
Okay.
And the information I have is you're applying for a summer restaurant, seasonal summer restaurant, but your notice said bar tavern, which is a different thing.
Okay.
So that's one thing. The second thing, for me, you have a maximum occupancy of 420 people and a staff of only 4 employees. Why so small?
No. We have all part-time. Those 4 employees are full-time employee, which is office. And we do hire part-time employee for the serve and a bartending. And we have about 60 employees, part-time employees.
Okay.
All right.
Now, you also told us you had direct ownership of a wholesale license.
No, we don't. We did adjust it already. I know that it was back and forth with the lawyers. We did adjust that. We don't have any license to distribute or anything. We do manage the golf course, and we do serve food, and we want to serve the beer and liquor to the customer to satisfy. We do not distribute anything or make anything out of it. No.
No music, no dancing.
No music. I mean, really light music for the country club, but no dancing or nothing like that. The country club. We are New York Country Club.
Bar tavern.
No, but they applied for recorded music and patrons will be permitted to dance, so there is dance.
There is a dance floor a little bit for the outdoor.
So you're gonna
after
do
golf.
like weddings and stuff, right?
We do small weddings, but we do small outings as well. So after golf, they do get together and they eat food and sometimes they dance. But that's not our main thing, but we do,
All right,
yes.
so just to clarify, there is dancing.
Yes, there is dancing.
Yes.
There is a dancing,
I'm
yes.
surprised not that there wasn't there. Okay,
Right,
so.
and this is only a temp, the
Right.
full can come back.
But I think, want to make it a condition that the application is changed or the
Yes.
notice?
So your notification to the municipality, it states that you're applying for a bar tavern at a golf course, but this is really a seasonal summer restaurant, right?
Right.
So you would need to re-notify.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so do that requirement again.
Okay.
And just make sure that you put on there seasonal summer restaurant.
Okay.
With the, check the liquor, and also, just like you did with this original one, put in golf course.
Okay.
You'll submit a copy of that amended notice and proof that you notified them again.
Okay.
Okay,
So
just
we'll
like
get,
you did.
okay, we'll get all that through the email as well?
We will write it in your should the members approve it, we'll write that in your conditional approval, okay?
Thank you.
Well, I would vote to approve with that condition.
Okay.
Commissioner Maya
Thank you.
Approve.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. And if you're gonna stick with recorded music and dancing, I'm gonna ask the actual application to not come here.
Okay. So are you sticking to dancing and just recorded music? So it's recorded background music, it's
Yes.
not a
That
band?
means like no DJ, no
No
live
DJ,
band,
no.
no outside, nothing.
Nothing.
You're sticking with that, right?
Yeah,
So if you're gonna
correct.
do that, I'm not gonna have you come back, because I think the red flag was that you start saying you own Southern Glazer, which I know you don't, because you wouldn't need a golf course if you own that. So, but, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for the long wait.
Thank you.
Next is number 2, 5 Goldfinch LLC.
And how come my freaking computer is always closing out and you guys never close out?
This is the same issue with.
You set yours like that.
I keep changing it and it.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Michael Kazmarsky, and this is Eric Kazmarsky. We're the principals of 5 Goldfinch LLC. We're here because.
The two of you are the principals?
I'm sorry?
The two of you are the principals, or he's the principal?
We are both,
You're both principals?
yes, we're both owners.
You guys are related?
Yes, he's my son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're looking so serious. Why you look so serious?
Oh, it's a serious matter.
Why did this-
Regrettably, on October 30th, 2023, Mercer County sent a police officer into the
Delegation.
store after a undercover person underage came in, and we sold him a bottle of $6 wine. From that date, we appeared in court in Mercer County, and they informed us we need to take the alcohol awareness test, which Eric took, I took, and a part-time employee that we have had taken. I received January 31st the conditional no contest document from the SLA, completed that and remitted that on the 9th of February 2024. And I received the letter to bring us here today on April 15th, which I followed up
All
the
right.
following day with the SLA enforcement, just to confirm
What's the
that.
system now? Do you have a scanner or something that is looking at people's ages?
Excuse me?
Do you have scanners now?
I don't use a scanner. I just do anyone under 40. I will ID and make sure it's the correct date and extremely diligent
Okay,
about that.
I mean,
Always
there
feel
are
like
some new
it's fixed.
cash registers that they don't open unless you scan an ID that is over 21. I would consider investing in one of those because you have a liquor store and the bar is higher. It's unusual for a liquor store to make a sale to minor.
Yeah.
With that said, your offer is actually higher than what our general delegation would be. You've been in operation since 2014. So, and because you look so serious, I'm gonna go to 2,500.
500.
Thank
And
you.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I really do appreciate that you've taken the matter so
Excuse me?
seriously. I really do appreciate how seriously you've taken the matter. It is a serious matter. I'll agree with 2,500.
Commissioner Maya.
Thank you.
everyone.
I'm sorry you waited all day.
That's okay.
Oh, thank you
Well,
so much.
thank you very much for your consideration.
No, of course. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
You guys will get a letter in the email about how to pay. So you'll get a letter via email.
But if it happens again, it's gonna be 6,000, okay? So I'm telling you now.
Oh, thank you
Okay,
very much,
thanks.
thank you.
Next is number.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Next
Have a
is
good day.
21 GPP Hospitality LLC. For Don.
You say 21?
Pay for Dad.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Bert Levine. I'm the attorney for GPP Hospitality, and I have the principal here, Mr. John Erickson.
All right. We heard this a few months ago,
We were here in March, Madam Chairman.
and the community board said no.
As of February 7th, 2025, they're still in opposition.
We met with them after that.
We met with the community board after that.
April 23rd. We just had a
You
meeting
met-
like 2 weeks ago.
And what happened?
It was postponed.
They-
They couldn't come to us.
They tabled it until September.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and
We didn't know if we should appear or not.
And the whole issue really has been.
Yeah, we need a bill pipeline for that, you guys. Okay, so,
Madam Chair, can I ask you a question if I may?
yeah.
What we want is, we wanted a 4 AM closing, but however, if the board would give us a 4 AM for Friday and Saturday, we would be happy with that.
I don't, I'm not, we're not at the 4 AM. We're at yes or no at this point. We went and checked it out. You are not serving food, and your trade name is different from what is on your application.
Yeah, the DBA is different.
Yeah, what is the situation?
We changed the name at the last minute, working with the landlord to pay homage to the previous company, which was Idle Hour Corporation. So we used Idle Mine Corporation. The official filing was, I think it's Greenpoint Public House was going to be the name.
Right, so that's
Yeah.
not what is in your application, and that's certainly not what is on your wall right now.
Sure.
So, I mean, I would hope it's over until,
I think this is a good idea.
I mean, either you're gonna get denied right now, and then your temp is gonna expire, or we will let you keep running on a temp, and then
So I have to
kick
change.
this to October 9th. And hopefully, the community board is gonna come up with something good.
Okay.
And then you can get your license, and we can talk about hours, et cetera, at that point.
Okay.
But
Should I
you're
legally
closing
change the
right
DBA?
now at 12, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I would stick to that, and you need to serve food. So there's a definition of what substantial food is. What you're doing is not substantial food.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you to take the next 6 months to clean up that act as
Okay.
well.
You have a tavern, so you need sandwiches,
Yeah, we have a
hot
quesadilla maker,
pockets.
but that's
Yeah,
not-
yeah, something like
enough. I
that.
don't know,
That's
yeah.
fine. You should have a little bit more of a variety, but.
Okay. Should we legally change the DBA? Is that what you're saying?
I think it has to conform, right?
Yeah, this application can be amended with the new
Yeah, you
DBA.
just need a certificate or assumed name to change it. We
I
can
should
do
do that,
that
okay.
at this point.
Okay.
You have to give it to me.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner De Leon.
I think
And Commissioner
Just
Mayor.
make sure your temp doesn't expire. You know, you gotta
Yeah.
just focus on your paperwork and make sure it's all in order.
No, we just
Thank you very much.
renewed the
Okay,
temp. We just
great.
got the word that it's been approved.
Okay, that's great. Thank you
Well,
very
we
much.
Keep renewing it on a monthly basis.
Well, it's not every month, it's 6 months, right? Every
That's-
renewal is
Yeah,
6.
The original 6 months and then you
It's
you
every
choose.
30, 60, or 90.
Yeah,
Oh,
30
nice,
choose,
right.
So
yeah.
we've been renewing
Mhm.
on a monthly basis.
So you might want to,
Oh,
the
okay.
next one, you might want to submit a 3-month if it's going to go into October.
Yeah.
So you don't have to keep doing it.
But that's fine. So
Okay.
we'll submit it with the 3 months worth of time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Next is 37, I Am Sam Convenience and Smoke Shop, Inc.
That's right. It's true.
Neil Trivedi for the respondent, the applicant, licensee, I'm
Take
sorry.
over to September 9th.
October 9th.
October 9th.
Thank you.
We're here because I think we
What
were
number?
37.
37.
This is the licensee now, right?
Yeah, licensee. Last time she was not here, she was out of the country.
37.
There was a notice of pleadings. There was a CNC for $7,000. Lauren came back, said that you guys were looking for a higher amount than
We got
$7,000.
16.9 cartons of cigarettes untaxed, 0.8 pounds of cannabis and vape products.
Okay. So basically, what our defense was with the tax department, OCM already got $4,000. She lost the lottery, she lost a cigarette. She had a baby in September, October?
Your Honor, can I say something?
Yeah,
please?
go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Come to the microphone.
Good afternoon, everybody. So what happened, I was pregnant. I always be in a store. I was take care of my business. And then I got pregnant and I had some complication in my pregnancy. So I hired somebody in June, in mid of June, 2024. As I was about to to give birth in September 2024. I had twins. So the doctor advised me to stay home because I was high risk pregnant. So I hired her and me and my husband was running the store and then I stayed home. So I hired her and I was following up with her, but while I was at home. So I gave her the training and my husband was going back and forth because I have another son who is 2 years old. So he was take care of him. So what happened is I was home and she was making the order through HLA and she was through other company called by county. And then what happened, she ordered from different distributor which I would never know about the distributor, the counterfeit cigarettes. And because of her, I lost my license, my cigarette license, and I lost my lottery license. And then now I get so many penalties, like $4,000 for the OCM, and I got another one for tax department, which is I'm still.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Those are something that I used to say many years ago when I was in the police department. There used to be Macy's and Gimbels, and we used to say, you can't run up a bill at Macy's and then go to Gimbels and say, I can't pay you because I owe Macy's. That's not how it works. We have our own rules and our own fines, and I appreciate the fact that you had a difficult pregnancy, but you are always responsible for what happens in your store, always.
I understand that, sir.
But the CNC that was given to us had a 7,000. Lauren told me that the policy of the SLA has changed.
So there's no
There's no policy that
Okay.
we've changed.
No, but I got the CNC, I accepted at 7,000. And then it was afterwards that she came back and says, well, we're not accepting 7,000. So that's why she's here. Otherwise,
There's a big focus on controlling, cannabis, as you know.
Yeah.
It has to be approved, has to meet certain guidelines. We want to make sure people are not.
No, I do this all the time. Yesterday I had a hearing also. So every week I have a hearing. I know it's a big problem.
What the penalty should be. Why don't you tell me what the policy is?
No, but every agency's, I understand every agency's, they're already suffering from the lottery and the cigarette,
Like I said,
now you got the tax department, you got the SLA, you got this, it becomes too much.
So what do you think it should be? That was a great question by the chair.
Huh?
What do you think it should be then? It's not 7,000, so what do you think it should be?
I think Lauren had already
That's
told
what
me
you think against
$10,000.
yourself. What do you think it should be?
But Your Honor, can I say something, please? I have this business since 2020.
Yeah.
I never had the tax department came before and they checked the cigarette. I never had an issue with anything. They came before, they checked. I never had any cannabis or any counterfeit cigarette. Even when he was telling me about counterfeit, I was like.
All right, so generally it's just 10,000 for just the cigarettes and then it's 10,000 for the cannabis. Now you have both and then somehow someone landed it on 7,000. I think that's a mistake on our part. We're not changing the policy here. It's just always been that. Again, as the commissioner said, you can blame other people, but ultimately you're the licensee. Last time we were here, you were out of the country or something.
If you remember last time I had a case for a similar counterfeit cigarette and, I thought it would be a much higher amount and you said $10,000 and the guy was very happy,
Was that also cannabis? Was that cigarettes and cannabis?
I don't remember.
Maybe not.
Maybe
But
not.
also, just one thing I want to say, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's important to note that you have a lot of experience here. When you're negotiating with a prosecutor, you understand, regardless of the conclusion that you two come to as a meeting of the minds or, what will be presented to the board members, the board will decide.
Yes.
Okay,
No, I-
so there's no, and I'm sure that you conveyed that to your client, of course.
Yeah, no, ultimately I did. And she
Okay.
was confused as to why. And again, I wouldn't really challenge even the 10,000,
So I'm sure
but
you
it's
came
because,
up with a number in your mind.
it's,
Like I said in the email that he showed me, if we can make it at 7,000, that would be really
75. Make it
appreciate.
75?
Okay, as I said it before, from this chair, I'm asking you to bid against yourself. So what number do you have bidding against yourself, sir?
So we just told you what the potential would be if these charges were coming in two different cases. It would be close to 20,000. So
So bid against yourself.
that's not where we're at.
Can we do it 8,500, just because of our circumstances?
Are the members ready to
Keep
vote?
bringing up the circumstances. I honestly do not understand that argument. I have to be honest with you. I don't understand it. That you cannot, as I said, you can't run up a bill in one place, go to the next place, run up another bill, and then go to that place and say, I can't pay you because I owe somebody else. No, these
Again,
are all agencies that intertwine. There are various jurisdictions, all of them responsible for what they're responsible for.
No, you're accountable to,
We're accountable.
yeah, I understand.
And that's not money going in our pocket, that's money that goes to the state.
You have to justify it, yes.
No, that's money that goes to the state,
Yes.
that
No, yeah.
helps us all out.
I'd like to be something under 10,000. I thought I was told 10,000 and we would have been here if it was 10,000. So I like to be something between 7 and 10, whatever you guys decide is fine.
Commissioner De Leon?
No, I'll go 10.
Okay.
Commissioner
I'll go
May?
10.
Chair?
All right, we'll end at 10 here.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Next is 57, Sam Wan Guac, Inc.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Park. I'm the representative.
Okay, what's the number?
57.
Okay, thank you.
So what's the situation with this?
Actually, the restaurant owner is lost the lease. He's been operating for more than 14 years. And then suddenly the landlord didn't renew the lease. So he
Okay,
had
so
to
it's
get
closed
out.
already, right?
Yeah, so he closed.
So do you want to pay the penalty?
Actually, I'll come here for if you consider it as the letter of warning, because actually he sent the surrender certificate to the mail to the Albany. And then
I'll take letter of warning.
Okay, letter of warning.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, letter of warning.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so that's it. No
All
one else
right,
is
look
here.
at that,
Wait, I'm sorry,
320.
that was what number?
That was 57.
Thank you. Letter of warning.
Yep. All right. Number 4 is an officer of 3,000.
I'm gonna go to 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
Number 5 is an offer of 4,000.
I'm gonna be at 3,500. Donald, for those, let's have a system where.
We do now.
Okay.
This
great.
was because
Okay,
I'll
that's fine.
tell you
That's
explain,
great.
but we
That's
do
fine.
now.
That's great.
I'm sorry, 3,500. This is number 5, Commissioner De Leon.
Oh, yeah. right.
3,500, yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Shannon was
I'm
interrupting.
sorry.
my thoughts.
That guy waited all day for a he did not need to stay there all day, and he was so serious.
Well, you technically got 1,000 off instead of 500.
Yeah, I know,
Sitting
that's
there on
right,
the-
but still, I don't want to have to do that.
Regarding this one here, I don't like the fact that asked for ID,
On 8.
the agent didn't.
Number 8?
We're on 5.
Oh.
I'm still on 5.
Oh, sorry.
So asked for ID, the agent did not have any ID to produce, and the clerk made the transaction anyway. There's ATAP. I'm still at 4,000, but everybody's voted 35.
3,500.
25.
Number 8, this was a default at pleading.
They're canceled.
I'm at cancel for the record.
Well, this is kind of weird, actually.
This is canceled
So
already.
number 9 is a different charge, but they obtained new attorney. That attorney for number 9 asked to adjourn to July 16th because they have new counsel.
Oh, so they have to adjourn both of these, but these
isn't
are
it
both canceled for the
canceled?
record.
Right, aren't they
Yeah.
canceled?
They're already canceled, though.
Right, so what are we doing? We're adjourning?
I don't know if he wants to, I don't know.
What
I don't
would
want
be the
to.
point?
Let me
There
look at
is
his
no
email, but that's
point.
why,
What does he say? And also, did we answer him yet?
I mean, no, we said it would be given to,
I don't know, who knows? Let's just adjourn it because someone's making.
or I
notice of
also,
appearance. Don't wanna stand in that way.
figured since it was default and they have a new attorney, maybe to return to counsel's office.
Oh, thank you.
But then I didn't realize, but that's what normally happens.
I know, but
No, it's okay. Just put it on
These- just these are already
6/4, and then if they don't come,
They're
they're,
good.
it's gonna get canceled.
and it already was canceled.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, okay.
Why does he not realize that? So over to
6/4.
over to 7/16 or over to 6/4? They asked for
6/4.
July 16.
Oh, July. Who is this person?
The mayor, he's a regular, Fekori. I also
Can
asked,
we just double check this is canceled?
Okay.
Maureen?
if they don't realize that it's canceled.
Yeah, it's canceled on the record.
It's canceled?
Yep.
All right, let's just cancel it. I'm not gonna hold it over.
Okay, cancel.
All right, number 9, cancel as well.
Yeah, just respond to his email and say, this was already canceled. What are you doing?
Okay. 10 is an offer of $1,000.
This is
This
canceled
is
already?
Canceled. I'm gonna cancel for the record.
Yeah, guy doesn't pay anyway.
Cancel.
10 11, right? It's 10 and 11. Oh, yeah, 10 and 11.
Same one? Yeah, okay.
Number 11, this was a default at pleading, so also canceled.
Cancel.
It's canceled, yeah.
13 is an offer of letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, let it one.
20 has been withdrawn.
Oh, sorry.
Did you say withdrawn?
Yep.
Yeah.
30 and 31. Oh, this has been held over. I should have put a note there. 30, 31 has been held over to June 4th.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of opposition for that one.
Yep.
42 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
43 is an offer of letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
44 is an offer of 1,000.
Should be 1,200.
Okay, 1,200.
1,200.
45 is a no contest plea.
I'm at 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
46 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yep, getting there.
I
25.
just- You said 25? I'll go with 25, but I also want to know, I thought there were some others right in this vicinity that were less than 2,500. But they offered 2,500, so I'll accept it.
2,500.
47 is an offer of 3,000.
Um, 3,000. How do you guys feel about this? Do you
3,000.
want to stay at 3,000?
Yeah.
All right, stay at 3,000.
Did everyone vote? Commissioner De Leon, did you vote on that?
Yeah, complaint of large fight on premises, patron consumed off premises, public intoxication, urination, SLA observed persons congregating in vicinity. Investigator was able to take the drink outside. No employees at the door. Remedial measures, if any, what are they? None. All right, what are we doing? 3? I'll do
Yeah,
3.
3,000.
48, this is not guilty.
Cancel and bond.
48, cancel and bond.
49, not guilty. The ALJ sustained the charge.
3,500. Sustaining charge 1, 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
50 is an offer of 8,500.
I'm gonna counter at 10,000.
Which one?
I'll say 10. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
No, it's okay. We've got a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, I know. You can go
A
higher.
lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna go at 15.
I'll stay at 10.
Okay. 51 is an offer of 2,500.
I'm gonna counter at 4,000.
What number was that, 51?
51. Commissioner De Leon.
Several employees not found not to be on the payroll. That's an issue. I'm at 5.
What was, Chair Fan, what was your, where were you
I
at?
was at 4.
I'll go 4.
52 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
54 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
55 is an offer of 2,500.
That one needs to
This
go
is
back
gonna
to
go back to
council.
council's office.
Yeah.
Back to council's office.
Which one was that, council?
55.
55 is council?
Back to council.
Okay, council.
56 is an offer of 5,000.
I'm gonna lower this to 4,000.
4,000.
Okay, 4,000.
4,000. All right. Uh, 58 is a request for reconsideration.
I'm surprised they didn't come. You're gonna have to ask them to come June 4th.
Okay, good.
6-4.
So this, they do have pending case also.
They have another pending
They
case?
have a pending case, so what I was gonna ask, so.
Oh,
if you
send
did-
this to council's office.
Yeah, if you grant recon and
What
then
number are we
return it to
talking about?
council's office to combine with the pending case.
58?
Yeah.
I don't need to grant recon. I'm just gonna send it back to council's office.
Well, can we grant recon so they're not, okay.
So they're not.
I mean, they're already canceled right now. I think if you guys impose cancellation and bond because the licensee defaulted that pleading on January 8th.
Oh.
So it's canceled right
so
now,
it's
right?
canceled right now. So if you want to combine it with the other pending case, you technically should.
But I don't
grant-
want to uncancel it. So when grant the recon, then you basically got the license active again because you were holding the cancellation, right? So I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. So then the other,
Right.
so you can deny cancellation and the pending case will
Yeah.
just come up on its own. And the license would be
So
canceled.
wait, you're denying recon and it's
No, I
just-
wanted them to come.
So you want to.
Why
So
don't
then
you
hold it
just
over.
hold it
Yeah.
over, but then you guys need to somehow combine the cases before it comes up again.
So
So
we
I
can,
wouldn't
I
put
can
it over
hold
for
it
the
over,
next
then
one.
bring the pending case.
All right,
along
so
with
you
it.
want me to put it on 6/25?
That's
Do
fine.
you already have them?
Let me see if I already have the case.
We can figure it out tomorrow or on the ride home too, but,
Yes, the case is already pending.
okay.
So, what, 6?
The case is already with us waiting.
Okay.
Can you go off the record for 1 second?
Yeah, we're gonna go off the record with a brief. Okay, so back on 58 for the request for reconsideration.
All right, 58, I'm gonna vote no on reconsideration and stick with cancel and bond.
Yeah.
Deny.
Okay. 59 is an offer of
That's probably why they
1,000.
didn't come.
59 is an offer of $1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
60, not guilty. The ALJ did not sustain the charges.
I'm gonna dismiss charge 1 and charge 2.
Excellent. Dismiss 1 and 2.
Dismiss.
61 is an offer of 1,500.
Fine, I'm gonna do 1,500.
Okay, 1,500.
1,500.
Thank you. 62 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
What number was that?
1,000.
Oh, what was the number? 62?
Yes.
Yep, 62.
Okay, yeah, 1,000.
1,000.
So 1,000, I'm sorry, I'm just confirming something. 63 is a default at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
64 has been adjourned to June 25th.
Okay.
625.
Yep, 65 is an offer of 1,500. Yeah,
So this one, basically this is a failure to notify. The charge was during larceny second. He's been charged, indicted, and the case is pending. So the resolution has to happen. It's pending in the DA's office. So it could, at some point, I think we'll ask for it to be adjourned 6 months to figure out the disposition. So either that could happen, it could go back to council, which is.
What does he want? Does he want to pay the 1,500 and then wait for 6 months? It's probably best for them to pay the 1,500, run it for another 6 months, and then if they can't have it, they can surrender it at that point. But this says surrendered already, so we were gonna check on that. Is this surrendered?
Well, the date is 4/30/26.
I know.
It's gotta be a typo.
Yeah,
I know, there's a typo here. So
There
is it
should be.
surrendered or not surrendered?
So they pay the fine that continues along.
Yeah.
And then they get.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's.
Okay,
I
okay.
believe it's surrendered.
Okay.
It's surrendered.
It's surrendered? So, I think we just go to cancel and bond and I'm gonna not take the 1,500.
So why would he offer the 1,500 then?
Because they probably maybe offered it and then decided that they would
Okay,
surrender it.
okay. All right, cancel and bond then.
Yeah.
Cancel and bond.
If he wanted not cancel and bond and wanted the 1,500, he can come back, or he could have stayed and
All right.
he could have brought it up,
Okay.
but he chose not to, so.
All right, I got you.
69.
69 is a default at pleading as well.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
70, not guilty. The ALJ sustained the charge.
I'm gonna sustain charge 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
All right, I have nothing else. Meeting's adjourned.
Great.